Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, guys, am I audible and visible? Somebody please ping me. Good afternoon, friends. Am I audible and visible? Somebody please ping me so that I can begin with today's short session. Okay. So, guys, as you can see, today we are going to discuss about medieval Indian history, and specifically we are going to discuss medieval Indian history from the perspective of prelims examination. Is that clear? Okay. Thanks a lot, Santosh ji. So, we are going to discuss it from the perspective of prelims examination. Today, the important topics that we are going to cover is, first is the rise of Islam. Okay, here we will understand about the different terminologies as well. Then we are going to study about the 5 important dynasties of Delhi Sultanate. The first one being slave dynasty, which is also referred as Ilbari dynasty or Mamluk dynasty, followed by Khilji dynasty, Tughlaq dynasty, Sayyid and Lodi dynasty. Then we are going to focus on the administration of Delhi Sultanate, the types of taxes, the different officers, simple words, what is Diwan-e-Wazira department all about, what is Diwan-e-Arz department all about, who had created these departments. Then we are going to focus on the Bhakti movement and the different Bhakti saints, specifically the Nirgun and the Sagun Bhakti saints. Apart from this, we will be focusing on the Sufism part. The terminologies of Sufism are very, very important from the exam perspective. Like there could be a probable question, what is the major difference between Chishti Silsila and Suharwardi Silsila? What is the concept of Peer and Murid? So these type of terminology questions can crop up in the examination. Okay. Another important point that we are going to throw light on today is the Mughal Empire, the administration of Mughals, followed by Marathas. So all these topics we are going to cover today. The later Mughal rulers, Vijayanagara and Bahmani kingdom. Apart from this, the regional dynasties of Malwa, Gujarat, we will be covering in the different session. Okay. So very first break will take around 5:15, 5:30 and then we'll continue again. Is that clear? So my friends, it's a request to all of you, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. Okay. As I've told you previously itself, terminologies are very, very important from the exam perspective. Is that clear? And I would like you to note down certain aspects along with me. So without wasting any more time, let's begin our today's marathon session. Okay. First of all, we'll understand about the rise and spread of Islam. Okay. Yes, guys, please keep the session a bit interactive. If you have any kind of a doubt, any kind of a question or query, please feel free to ask me. Is that clear? A very first question to you guys is, who was the first Islamic invader of India? Yes, please answer in the comment section. Who was the very first Islamic invader of India? Who was the second Islamic invader of India and what was his intent or purpose? And who was the third Islamic invader of India? Yes, guys, take a guess. We had seen that when we had studied about the medieval Indian history in quite depth and detail as a part of the mains classes. Yes? Any guesses? Yes, Mr. Peppermint. It was Muhammad bin Qasim who was the first Islamic invader of India. Now, before we understand about Muhammad bin Qasim, okay, now let's understand what is the meaning of the word Islam, who was Prophet Muhammad, and so on. So please note it down along with me. Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr, Umar, Usman, Ali, Hassan, and Hussein. Okay. Umayyad dynasty. Now, the terminologies are very, very important. So, yes, good afternoon, Zoya. Good afternoon, Priyanshu. So guys, just pay attention carefully. Listen to me carefully. We'll go in a step-by-step manner. The word Islam basically means surrender to one particular entity, and that entity is Allah. Islam took birth at a place called as Makkah, which is located in Saudi Arabia after the birth of Prophet Muhammad. Correct? Now, it is believed that before the birth of Prophet Muhammad, his father passed away, Abdullah. And 6 years after his birth, Amina, his mother, passed away. So, Abdullah was Prophet Muhammad's father and Amina was Prophet Muhammad's mother. Okay? Now, he was being raised up by his uncle whose name was Abu Talib. And Abu Talib had one more son named as Ali. So, in very simple words, Prophet Muhammad and Ali both are cousin brothers. Correct? Now, Abu Talib did not have that much amount of money so that he could give them good education. That is Prophet Muhammad and Ali both. So, both of them were being raised as a shepherd. Around the age of 25 to 26, Prophet Muhammad was married to a very rich widow whose name was Khadija Begum. So, Khadija Begum was wife of Prophet Muhammad. But as soon as he reached the age of 40 or 41, he realized that he is Nabi and Rasul. Now, these terminologies are important. Okay, Nabi and Rasul. Now, what is the meaning of the word Nabi? Nabi means perfect man and Rasul means messenger. Why is perfect man? Because he has been chosen by Allah to spread the message of Islam. Is that clear? So, around the age of 40-41, he realized that he is Nabi and Rasul. And his teachings became very famous in the region of Makkah. Apart from his followers, he had many opponents as well. So, he was forced to migrate from Makkah to Medina. And that process in the history of Islam is referred as Hijrat. Okay? Simple words, the process of migration from Makkah to Medina. Is that clear? So now one more terminology is important and that is Muhajir and Ansar. Now who are Muhajir and who are Ansar? There were many people who migrated along with Prophet Muhammad from Makkah to Medina. Such people are referred as Muhajir. And there were many people who had welcomed Prophet Muhammad and his followers in Medina. Such people are referred as Ansar. Is that clear? Now, Prophet Muhammad came to Medina, he constructed a mosque here. And Prophet Muhammad passed away after some time. When Prophet Muhammad passed away, he did not announce anyone as his successor. So there was dissenting opinion among the people. Few people believed that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded by a person from his bloodline. On the other hand, few people believe that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded by a person who is chosen by the people. Simple words, who is chosen by consensus. Is that clear? So those people who believe that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded by a person from his bloodline, such people are referred as Shia. On the other hand, those who believe that Prophet Muhammad should be the successor of Prophet Muhammad should be chosen by consensus, such people are referred as Sunni. Clear? Now, Prophet Muhammad was succeeded by Abu Bakr, Abu Bakr by Umar, Umar by Usman, and finally, Usman was succeeded by Ali, one of the cousin brother of Prophet Muhammad. In very simple words, the followers of Ali are referred as Shia. On the other hand, the rest are Sunni. And all of them, Abu Bakr, Umar, Usman and Ali, they are referred as Rashidun. Rashidun means rightly guided caliph or khalifa. And caliph was one of the most powerful positions at that time. Like specifically speaking, whatever caliph used to say, people across the world used to listen to the caliph. So there were different dynasties who were having an eye over the position of caliph. Okay, one such dynasty was Umayyad dynasty. And one of the governors of Umayyad dynasty, whose name was Muawiyah, what did he do? In hunger for power, he had killed Ali. And he declared himself as the next caliph. Is that clear? So, Umayyad dynasty governor, whose name was Muawiyah, he declared himself as the caliph. Okay, by killing whom? Ali. Now, after some time, Muawiyah also passed away. And Muawiyah had a son named as Yazid. Okay. he became the next caliph because Muawiyah was a caliph. But after some time, it is said that the two sons of Ali, Hassan and Hussein, thought that we will acquire back the position of caliph. Now, Hassan believed that I am out of the race. Why? Because majorly the religion plays a role of what we say amalgamating the people. But here there is so much of mudsledging in the name of religion. I don't want to become a caliph. But Hussein said, yes, I will become the caliph. So obviously there is going to be a war between Yazid and Hussein. Why? Because Yazid was sitting on the position of caliph. And who was aspiring to become the next caliph? Hussein was aspiring to become the next caliph. And there began a war between Yazid and Hussein, and that war is referred as Battle of Karbala. Karbala, it's a place located near Iraq. And it is believed that in that battle, like it is said that in the scorching heat of summer, the entire family of Hussein was tortured for the next 10 days. On the 10th day, Hussein passed away. And for this, in Islam, there is a celebration of Muharram. Muharram basically means mourning. People wear black clothes. Apart from this, they take out tajia. And the slogans are being shouted out. Ya Ali, Ya Hussein. So hope you understood about the basics of Islam. Please answer in the comment section. Did you understand about the basics of Islam? Yes. Is that clear? Okay. Please keep the session interactive. Any question, any doubt, any query, please feel free to ask me. Clear? Now, it is believed that from Umayyad dynasty, there was one person whose name was Qasim bin Yusuf. And Qasim bin Yusuf had a son named as Muhammad bin Qasim. Muhammad bin Qasim became the first Islamic invader of India. Okay, like it is believed that Muhammad bin Qasim, he had a fight with the Hindu dynasty ruler whose name was Dahir. Since this is a batch of prelims, we are just going to focus on the factual and the conceptual part. The entire story I have narrated as a part of Medieval Indian History series. Is that clear, friends? So, Muhammad bin Qasim had animosity with Hindu dynasty ruler whose name was Dahir. And here the battle was fought between both of them. And it is said that the region of Sindh was occupied by Muhammad bin Qasim. And how do we come to know about this? Muhammad bin Qasim, on this, what we say, he had conquered the region of Sindh. On this, a book has been written, which is referred as specifically Fateh-Nama Sindh or Chachnama. So please note down in short. I'm dictating the points. Very good, Joya. It's Dahir. Perfect. Please note down. Muhammad bin Qasim was the first Islamic invader of India. He conquered the region of Sindh by defeating Hindu dynasty ruler Dahir. I repeat, he conquered the region of Sindh by defeating the Hindu dynasty ruler Dahir. This entire episode has been mentioned in a book. I repeat, this entire episode has been mentioned in a book. Fateh-Nama Sindh. Or Chachnama. Very good, Joya. Fateh-Nama Sindh or Chachnama. Is that clear? Now let's move ahead. Now before we begin with Delhi Sultanate, let me talk about who was the second Islamic invader of India and what was his intent and purpose. Yes, please. Okay. Like, I'll give you a small hint. This person has conducted approximately around 17 raids. Okay. And guys, please do not worry about this. You can download the PDF of this session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. In this PDF, you can observe I have mentioned things in a very point-wise format. Correct? Like you can observe here. Everything is from the perspective of the prelims examination. Clear? So, perfect answer. Joya, it's Ghazni. Ganesh, yes, it's Ghazni, Mahmud of Ghazni. No, Kondali Ganesh, it's not Ghori, it's Mahmud of Ghazni. Okay. Now, Mahmud of Ghazni, he was the second Islamic invader of India. Now, what was the basic purpose of Mahmud of Ghazni attacking India? Mahmud of Ghazni never ever had the intention to make India as its home. Okay. His only intention was to plunder India. Now, specifically, he had come to India with three important purposes. The first important purpose was to plunder India. Second important purpose was to follow the policy of Shikan. Please note down the terminology. Now, what is Shikan? Destroyer of temples and spread of Islam. And the third important point that why he attacked India was to acquire elephants and the artisans from India. A very astonishing fact, isn't that so? I'll give you a very simple example. Elephants in India at that time were very popular. And the elephants of India also finds mention in Megasthenes Indica. In fact, in the book Indica, Megasthenes has written, Indian elephants are stronger than Libyan elephants. So his basic purpose was to acquire elephants from India and second to acquire the artisans and sculptors from India. As per many historians, Mahmud of Ghazni had conducted approximately 17 raids in India. And the most important raid was the raid at Somnath Temple in Gujarat. In the view of different historians, it is believed that Mahmud of Ghazni had plundered the region of Gujarat or Somnath Temple for approximately 2 to 3 days. Clear? Now, the basic question arises here is, like, how was Mahmud of Ghazni so successful in all his raids? First thing, he knew about one important fact, that there is internal squabble among Indian rulers. And he took this to his own advantage. Second important thing, Mahmud of Ghazni always focused on fast-moving cavalry. Like the Indian rulers majorly focused on what? Indian rulers majorly focused on the elephant section. On the other hand, Mahmud of Ghazni majorly focused on fast-moving cavalry. Hence, it is believed that Mahmud of Ghazni was successful. And another important thing, Mahmud of Ghazni usually attacked India before the onset of monsoon. Now, why did he attack India before the onset of monsoon? There was a reason behind this. He knew one important fact. During the monsoon season, the rivers of India, precisely the North Indian rivers, would be over-flooded. So his army would get trapped. So he used to attack before the onset of monsoon, plunder and go back. Is that clear? Two important points. One to be remembered here is, he had patronized two important historians. One was Utbi and second was Firdausi. Is that clear? So I'll repeat the points again in crux. Mahmud of Ghazni was the second Islamic invader of India. He had conducted 17 raids. The most important raid was at Somnath Temple in Gujarat, approximately around 1025 AD. It is believed that he had patronized two important historians. One was Firdausi and second was Utbi. Is that clear? Please answer in the comment section. Okay, Joya. Yes, Santosh, Battle of Vaihind, one of the famous battles. Okay. Next question. Who was the third Islamic invader of India? Did you get the point still here? Please answer in the comment section. If you have any kind of a doubt, any kind of a query, please feel free to ask. Okay. Today's session would be approximately 4 hours session. Okay, very good. Very good, Joya. Mr. Peppermint. So who was the third Islamic invader of India? Yes. It was? Yes. Muhammad Ghori. Perfect, Joya. Santosh. Yes, perfect, Santosh. Kitabul Yamni, written by Utbi. Now, specifically, two important points that we have to remember about Muhammad Ghori. That is first and second Battle of Tarain. Muhammad Ghori was a third Islamic invader of India. And precisely, it is said that he had established himself at a place called as Ghori and Kabul in Afghanistan. Now, specifically, there was a difference between Mahmud of Ghazni and Muhammad Ghori. As we have discussed previously, Mahmud of Ghazni's only intention was to plunder India. But Muhammad Ghori's intention was to plunder India as well as make India as its home. So, in 1190, a battle was fought which is referred as First Battle of Tarain. And the First Battle of Tarain was fought between Prithviraj Chauhanji and Muhammad Ghori. In this battle, Muhammad Ghori had to face a very humiliating defeat. And in the very next year itself, in 1192 AD, Second Battle of Tarain was fought. So just remember the dates 1191 AD and 1192 AD. Again, this battle was fought between Prithviraj Chauhanji and Muhammad Ghori. And in this battle, for the second time, Muhammad Ghori emerged victorious. And from now onwards, he started adopting the policy of expansionism and imperialism precisely in the northern part of India. After some time, Muhammad Ghori goes back to his place, Afghanistan. He goes back to Ghori and Kabul. And he had left the administration of northern part of India in the hands of his two slaves. One was Qutbuddin Aibak and the second one was Bhaktiar Khilji. Qutbuddin Aibak focused on the administration in the northern part of India. On the other hand, Bhaktiar Khilji, he focused on what? He focused specifically on the policy of Shikhan, that is destroyer of temples, universities and so on. Apart from this, spread of Islam. It is believed that Bhaktiar Khilji had destroyed many universities at that time. One such university was Nalanda University, which was considered as epitome of wisdom and knowledge. Thousands of Buddhist scholars were being slaughtered by Khilji, Bhaktiar Khilji, okay? Then he destroyed Vikramshila University, Odantipur University and so on. One name is hidden within the books of history who had defeated Bhaktiar Khilji, okay? Now Bhaktiar Khilji, after destroying all these universities, had a plan to conquer the region of Tibet. And for that, it was necessary to acquire the region of Assam. At that time, the ruler of Assam was Maharaja Prithu. I repeat, the ruler was Maharaja Prithu. And Maharaja Prithu, specifically speaking, he had adopted scorched earth policy and he defeated Bhaktiar Khilji. Hence, Maharaja Prithu, whose name is hidden within the books of history, is also referred as Savior of Assam. Is that clear? So just remember about Muhammad Ghori. He had two slaves in India, Qutbuddin Aibak and Bhaktiar Khilji. Bhaktiar Khilji destroyed many universities at that time, such as Nalanda University, Vikramshila University, Odantipur University, and so on. Clear? And he was being defeated by Maharaja Prithu, who is also referred as Savior of Assam. Is that clear? Now what happened? Like specifically, there was a revolt in the region of Punjab during the time of Muhammad Ghori. And at that time, Muhammad Ghori had to come back from Kabul to suppress the revolt. And when Muhammad Ghori had to come back to Kabul to suppress the revolt, what happened? When he was going back, he died on the way. And when he died on the way, it is believed that Qutbuddin Aibak declared himself as independent and laid the foundation of a dynasty which is referred as Slave Dynasty, okay, as a part of Delhi Sultanate. So we will begin with the different dynasties now. That is Slave Dynasty, whose founder was Qutbuddin Aibak. Slave Dynasty was being followed by Khilji Dynasty, whose founder was Alauddin Khilji, whose original name was Firoz. Then it is followed by Tughlaq dynasties, whose founder was Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, whose original name was Ghazi Malik. Then comes specifically Sayyid dynasties, whose founder was Khizr Khan. And finally comes the Lodi dynasty, the first Afghan dynasty. I repeat, please note this point. First Afghan dynasty. Okay. So Lodi dynasty, which was founded by Behlol Lodi. Okay. Yes, very good mnemonic, Joya. MKTSL. Yes, great. In fact, mnemonics are the best way to remember the things. Is it clear till here? Shall I begin with the slave dynasty now? Any question, any query, any kind of a doubt, please feel free to ask. Hope so the points are clear. Okay, let's move ahead. Now we'll understand individually about Qutbuddin Aibak, then the different rulers. See, Qutbuddin Aibak, he had laid the foundation of slave dynasty, correct? And slave dynasty at that time was also referred as Mamluk dynasty. Very good, Mr. Peppermint, Santosh, Joya, very good. Slave dynasty was referred as Mamluk dynasty. Clear? Although slave dynasty was formed as a part of Delhi Sultanate, but just remember one point, Aibak never had his capital at Delhi. The capital of Aibak was at Lahore. Correct? Now, Qutbuddin Aibak, how did he come to power? As I have told you, when Muhammad Ghori passed away, what happened? Qutbuddin Aibak declared himself as independent. But here, Qutbuddin Aibak had to face a lot of challenges. In the form of what? There was a governor of Multan whose name was Kabacha. He said that I want to have the control over the region of specifically India. On the other hand, there was another governor whose name was Tajuddin Yalduz. He also said that I want to have a control over the region of India. But diplomatically, Qutbuddin Aibak was successful in safeguarding the region of India from Tajuddin Yalduz and Kabacha. Tajuddin Yalduz in Afghanistan and Kabacha in the region of Multan. Qutbuddin Aibak, specifically speaking, he never made Delhi as its capital. He had its capital at a place called as Lahore. First thing, he never issued any kind of coins. He was referred as Lakh Baksh because he used to do a lot of charity, or he was involved in a lot of charitable activities. Hence, he was also referred as Lakh Baksh, donator of lakhs. Correct? Apart from this, he had laid down the construction of many important things. Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque, Adhai Din ka Jhopda at Ajmer. It is believed that once upon a time, Muhammad Ghori and his slave Qutbuddin Aibak were going through the regions of Rajasthan, precisely in the region of Ajmer. And here he saw many temples where people were worshipping in the evening. So, Ghori asked his slave Qutbuddin Aibak that as soon as possible, I want a small mosque to be constructed so that I can offer prayers to Allah. It is said that Qutbuddin Aibak got constructed the mosque within 2.5 days. And that mosque is referred as Adhai Din ka Jhopda. So please note down, he built Adhai Din ka Jhopda at Ajmer. So very important point that needs to be remembered. Okay? Yes, perfect. Junior, yes, perfect. We'll understand about Delhi as its capital. Then, he initiated the construction of Qutub Minar. Just pay attention to my words. I didn't say Qutbuddin Aibak constructed Qutub Minar. He initiated the construction of Qutub Minar. It would be completed by somebody else. Is that clear? So, Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque in Delhi, Qutbuddin Aibak. Adhai Din ka Jhopda at Ajmer, Qutbuddin Aibak. Then, apart from this, he initiated the construction of Qutub Minar. And Qutub Minar, like it was dedicated to a Sufi saint whose name was Qutbuddin Bhaktiar Kaki. I repeat, Qutbuddin Bhaktiar Kaki. And in the view of different historians, it is believed that Qutbuddin Aibak died while playing Jahan, that is polo. He died while playing Jahan or polo around 1210 AD. And his tomb is located at a place called as Anarkali Bazar, Lahore. Is that clear? Yes, the ground layout was done by the Perfect Pawan by Qutbuddin Aibak. It was being completed by Iltutmish. So, hope so Qutbuddin Aibak is clear. I'll repeat the points again. Okay. He laid the foundation of slave dynasty, also referred as Mamluk dynasty. Apart from this, he had Lahore as his capital. Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque. Initiated the construction of Qutub Minar, dedicated to Sufi saint Qutbuddin Bhaktiar Kaki. Adhai Din ka Jhopda at Ajmer. And apart from this, he is also referred as Lakh Baksh. Terminologies are very important. So please keep on noting down the points as I am saying. Is that clear? So, Adhai Din ka Jhopda at Ajmer, he is also referred as Lakh Baksh, means donator of lakhs. He did not issue any kind of coins and he died while playing Jahan or polo. Hope so the point is clear. Okay. Now let's move with another important ruler whose name was Iltutmish. Now, before we understand about Iltutmish, let me tell you one important fact. Qutbuddin Aybak was not immediately succeeded by Iltutmish. Qutbuddin Aybak was succeeded by one of his sons, whose name was Aram Shah. But Aram Shah was not that competent ruler. Clear? So Aram Shah was being deposed by slave as well as son-in-law of Qutbuddin Aybak, whose name was Shamsuddin Iltutmish. So Shamsuddin Iltutmish was slave as well as son-in-law of whom? Qutbuddin Aybak. Clear? Same problems again with Iltutmish. So initially for the first 5 to 7 years, he had to focus on suppressing his enemies. Isn't that so? Like as I've told you previously, Tajuddin Yalduz, initially during the time of Qutbuddin Aybak, he said that I want to have a control over Delhi. On the other hand, Kabacha, the governor of Multan, he said that I want to have a control over the region of Delhi. But using his diplomatic skills, Qutbuddin Aybak kept them away. Same problems cropped up again. But this was not a major problem for Iltutmish. The major problem for Iltutmish was Mongols. My friends, different historians and different books reveal a different story about Mongols. It is said that during the reign of Mongols, or when the Mongols had adopted the policy of expansionism or imperialism, approximately 2.4% of the population of the world perished due to the wrath of Mongols. And now Mongols had captured the region of Central Asia. And they had defeated Khwarizmi Shah. And Khwarizmi Shah's son was Jalaluddin Mangbarani. He had escaped from there, from Central Asia. And he had come to Iltutmish and said him, please provide me asylum. Now, probably this would be the biggest challenge for Iltutmish. Why? Because after conquering the region of Central Asia, probably he might have eye, that is Mongols might have eye on the region of India. And in such a situation, if Iltutmish, he provides asylum to Jalaluddin Mangbarani, 100% Mongols are going to attack India. But at that time, he saved India from the wrath of Mongols. How? By not providing asylum to Jalaluddin Mangbarani. Is that clear? So during the time of Iltutmish, there was no major attacks by Mongol. Now, he shifted the capital from Lahore to Delhi. First important point. Second important point, he started one system which is called as Iqta system. Now, what is Iqta system all about? Let's understand. Suppose I'm working as a minister, I'm working as a noble in the court of Iltutmish. Obviously, I would be getting certain amount as a salary. So, as a part of Iqta system, rather than giving me salary in cash, I was given a piece of land. And whatever money was accrued in the form of taxes from that land, I will keep my salary, and the additional amount I will give it back to the administration. Correct? And the additional amount that I give back to the administration was referred as fawazil. I repeat, as a part of Iqta system, what will happen? Specifically speaking, rather than giving the noble salary in cash, the nobles were given a piece of land. Whatever money was accrued in the form of taxes. Is that clear? In such a situation, by keeping my salary, the additional amount I'll be returning back to the administration, and that was referred as fawazil. Okay? So specifically speaking, what happened here? He initiated the Iqta system. First important point. Correct? Then he started another important system that is called as Turkani-Chahalgani system, which proved very useful for him. But it will become one of the major drastic events for the other rulers. We'll understand how. Turkani-Chahalgani system or Chahalgani system or Chalisa system, they are one and the same. And what is that? Appointing 40 powerful Turkish nobles. I repeat, appointing 40 powerful Turkish nobles who will assist the Sultan in performance of his duties. Is that clear? So that system is called as Turkani-Chahalgani system or Chalisa system or Chahalgani system. And this was initiated by Iltutmish. Correct? Now, he issued different coins, like he issued silver tanka and copper jital. Apart from this, he completed the construction of Qutub Minar, which was initiated by Qutubuddin Aibak. Then, apart from this, he is also called as Hindgir, that is conqueror of East. Okay. Apart from this, he has also constructed Hauz-e-Shamshi. So these are the important points that you guys need to remember about Iltutmish. Since Iltutmish, he came from Ilbari tribe. During his time, the slave dynasty was also referred as Ilbari dynasty. I repeat, it was also referred as Ilbari dynasty. Is that clear? Yes, Rajendra. See, about the Mongols, we'll study about the Mongols when we'll speak about the Mughals in short. Okay. So, Mongols, they had adopted the brutal policy of imperialism. And it is believed that Mongols became more active during the time of Alauddin Khilji and Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Okay, they specifically came from the region of Mongolia. In fact, many of them believe that Mughals are the offshoot of Mongols. That is the Timurid dynasty, Timur Khan, Genghis Khan, all them of like their offshoot is Mughals. Is that clear, Rajendra? So for now, I'll repeat the points again. Iltutmish, Shamsuddin Iltutmish, he was slave as well as son-in-law of Qutubuddin Aibak. He deposed Aram Shah and became the next Sultan. He shifted the capital from Lahore to Delhi. He issued two important coins, that is silver tanka and copper jital. Please keep on noting down as well. Okay. Two important coins, silver tanka and copper jital. Apart from this, he had initiated Ikta system. One more thing, the holder of Iktas were referred as Iktadar, and Iktadar were transferable so that no corrupt practices will take place. Okay. Ikta system was not at all hereditary during the time of, in very simple words, it was not hereditary during the time of Iltutmish. Please note down this statement. During the time of Iltutmish, Ikta system was not hereditary. It was made hereditary during the time of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Please note this point, very important one. Okay. Then, he initiated Turkhan-e-Chahalgani system, that is appointing 40 powerful nobles who will assist the Sultan in performance of his duties. Okay. He constructed Hauz-e-Shamshi. Apart from this, he completed the construction of Qutub Minar, which was dedicated to a Sufi saint, Qutubuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. Hope the point is clear. Yes, answer in the comment section. Is that clear? Okay, very good, everyone. Now let's speak about Razia Sultan, the only female ruler, not only of slave dynasty, but of entire Delhi Sultanate. Now, why Razia Sultan? Why did the nobles support Razia Sultan? Okay, like because at that time, the Muslim society, it was insular-minded society. They did not like a woman ruling over them. But still, how she came to power? Okay, let's understand. Iltutmish believed that none of his son was competent enough to sit on the throne of Sultan. And he thought that his daughter Razia, she can become the next Sultan because she was capable and competent enough. Now, at that time, it is believed that after the death of Iltutmish came to power Ruknuddin Firoz Shah. He was also a very incompetent ruler. And at that time, Razia Sultan, with the support of nobles, dethroned her brother, whose name was Ruknuddin Firoz Shah, and she came to power. The very first question arises in the mind of every aspirant when the society was insular-minded, when the society was very rudimentary in character. Why did they support a woman coming to the throne of Delhi Sultanate? There was a reason behind that. Many of the nobles who were the part of Turkhan-e-Chahalgani thought that she is a woman. She does not understand anything about the administration and she will work for us like a puppet. And in such a situation, whatever we will tell her, she will do that. This was the belief of many of the nobles. So, Razia Sultan, she became the next female sultan or the first female sultan not only of slave dynasty but of entire Delhi Sultanate. She entered specifically the darbar in a complete red attire, and her face was completely unveiled. Correct? Many of us know about this, that Muslim women cannot unveil their face to anyone. But she held the court completely, her face unveiled. And at that time, what happened? She completely changed the system. There was dominance of Turkish nobles in the court. And Razia Sultana started a practice, appointing non-Turkish in the court. And this hurted the sentiments of Sultanate Chahalgani, 40 powerful Turkish nobles. They had a belief that this lady would be working for them as a puppet. But their dreams got completely shattered because she appointed the non-Turkish nobles as well in the court. At that time, she had appointed one of the slaves whose name was Yaqut. He was an Abyssinian slave, an African slave. So the governors from different places started revolting against Razia Sultan. And Razia Sultan thought that until and unless I suppress the revolt, what will happen? The governors will keep on revolting and I won't be able to run the administration smoothly. In such a situation, it is believed that governor of Bhatinda, Altunia, was the first to revolt against Razia Sultan. And when Altunia revolted, Razia Sultan, along with her slave, her bodyguard, whose name was Yaqut, they started moving towards the region of Sirhind. Sirhind means Bhatinda. And Altunia, he comes to know about this. The very first question is, how did Altunia comes to know that Yaqut and Razia Sultana both are marching towards the region of Sirhind? Because there was another younger brother of Razia Sultan, okay, whose name was specifically Behram Shah. He had informed Altunia about this. Correct? Why? Because he had a different intention, he had a different plan. Because when both of them will march towards the region of Sirhind, by using the time, he will occupy the throne in Delhi. This was the plan of Behram Shah, one of the brothers of Razia Sultan. So, Altunia comes here, and Altunia, on the way, he kills Yaqut and imprisoned Razia Sultan and forces her to get married to him. Like initially she denies, but later on, when her brother Behram Shah sits on the throne of Delhi, she wants to occupy the throne of Delhi again from his brother Behram Shah. And now she is ready to marry Altunia under one condition, that you will help me in gaining back the throne again from my brother Behram Shah. Now, both of them get married, Altunia and Razia Sultan, and both of them started marching towards Delhi. Behram Shah comes to know about this and he kills her sister. It is said that the tomb of Razia Sultan is located at a place called as Bhojli Pahadi, located in Delhi. And the tomb is referred as Rajji Shajji Ki Qabr. I repeat, it is referred as Rajji Shajji Ki Qabr. Is the point clear? So this was all about specifically Razia Sultan. So there could be a probable question in the examination. Which among the following rulers of Delhi Sultanate, precisely slave dynasty, adopted the policy of appointing non-Turkish nobles in the court? Is that clear? Okay, very good. Now let's understand about another important ruler who is very important from the exam perspective. Ghiyasuddin Balban. Okay. Ghiyasuddin Balban, his original name was Ulugh Khan, and he was a very experienced personality, very experienced. Many historians do believe that he had seen the reign of 5 to 6 sultan, and in fact, he was one of the members of Sultanate Chahalgani, that is 40 powerful Turkish nobles. So he knew one important fact, that these 40 powerful Turkish nobles are playing the role of kingmakers, and kingmaker is more strong than the king. Isn't that so? So what happened at this particular point of time when Balban came to power? Like it is said that before Balban, there was one person who sat on the throne for 19 years. 19 years. His name was Nasiruddin Mahmud. But historians do write about him that he sat on the throne for 19 years, but he never ruled. Correct? And Balban, he was one of the prime ministers or naib for whom this person Nasiruddin Mahmud. In fact, Balban had married his daughter to Nasiruddin Mahmud so that he can acquire a higher position. He had become naib at that time. So it is believed that Balban had poisoned his own son-in-law, whose name was Nasiruddin Mahmud, and came to the throne of Delhi Sultanate. And Balban had adopted a policy, and that policy is referred as policy of blood and iron. He knew one important fact, and what was that? That these 40 powerful Turkish nobles, they play a very major role in making a king. In such a situation, until and unless these 40 powerful nobles are removed, what will happen? A sultan cannot become a strong authority. So, Balban was the first sultan of the slave dynasty to abolish Turkane-Chahalgani system. In fact, he had killed many of the Turkish nobles who were the part of Chalisa, who were the part of Chahalgani system. So he had abolished the Turkane-Chahalgani system. Apart from this, it is said that he had assumed two titles, Zile-Illahi and Niyabate-Khudai. Zile-Illahi. And second one was Niyabate-Khudai. Important ones. Zile-Illahi basically means Sultan is shadow of Allah on the earth. And whatever are the instructions or the orders of Sultan, one should remember that these are the orders of Allah. That is Niyabate-Khudai. And what is Zile-Illahi? Sultan is shadow of Allah or God on the earth. So he assumed two titles, Zile-Illahi and Niyabate-Khudai. He started two important systems, Sajda and Paibos system. Now, what is Sajda and Paibos system all about? Sajda means prostration. Like for example, in Hinduism, what do? Suppose any guest come to our house, we do Namaste. Similarly, in Islam, there is something called a Sajda system. Sajda is in this manner, prostration. And Paibos basically means kissing the Sultan's hand or kissing the Sultan's feet. And this system was being initiated by whom? It was being initiated by this person Balban. Later on, it was abolished by Shah Jahan, the Mughal emperor. But it was initiated by whom? Slave dynasty ruler Balban. Correct? So he started Sajda and Paibo system. He started a Persian festival referred as Navroz. Apart from this, he started a new department, and that was a military department. There is a statement that is power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If there is more power given to a single person, 100% there is going to be misuse of that power. Isn't that so? So at that time, Wazir was one of the most powerful authorities, because Wazir was not only the head of defense department, he was also the head of finance department. So at that time, this person, Balban, whose original name was Ulugh Khan, he created a new department. That is Diwan-e-Arz department. I repeat, Diwan-e-Arz department. And this department is related to military. It is related to specifically defense department. Correct? So just remember one thing. He had started Diwan-e-Arz department, that is military department. And the head of Diwan-e-Arz department was referred as Arz-e-Mumalik. Clear? After him, specifically it is said that there were series of weak rulers, and the last ruler, he was being dethroned by Firoz. Okay, and Firoz, he laid down the foundation of an independent dynasty in the form of one, which is Khilji dynasty, okay, by assuming the title Alauddin Khilji. So this is all about Balban. I'll repeat the points again. He abolished Turkane-Chahalgani system. He started Sajda and Paibos system. He started a Persian festival, Navroz. He assumed the title Zile-Illahi and Niyabate-Khudai. Zile-Illahi basically means Sultan's shadow of Allah on the earth. Niyabate-Khudai basically means the instructions of Sultan. Clear? So all these were the works done by Balban. He had created a new department, military department, which is referred as Diwan-e-Arz department. Okay, so he had separated Diwan-e-Wazirat and Diwan-e-Arz department. That was a military department. Okay. One more important point that needs to be noted down. We have spoken about Muhammad Ghori. The coins of Muhammad Ghori had specifically depiction of goddess Lakshmi. Just remember this. So the coins of Muhammad Ghori had depiction of goddess Lakshmi. This simply exemplifies one thing. And what was that? Policy of Shikhan, that is destroyer of temples and spread of Islam. So just note down the point, because there can be a probable question in the form of a single statement. Which among the following rulers had the depiction of goddess Lakshmi on his coins? It was Muhammad Ghori. I repeat, Muhammad Ghori. So hope you understood the slave dynasty. Please answer in the comment section, yes or no. Yes, please. Yes, Zoya, it was Diwanir's military department. Santosh, perfect. Blood and iron policy. Sajda and Paibos, very good. Pawan, perfect. Blood and iron policy, very good. Okay. See, although the words might, it won't be visible here, but just don't worry about this. When I'll give you the PDF, you can download the PDF from the Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Everything would be clearly visible to you. Is that clear? So please do not worry about that. Okay. Now, let's understand about Khilji dynasty. And in Khilji dynasty, the most important person we are going to study here is Alauddin Khilji. His expeditions, apart from this, his Rajputana expedition, who led the South Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji, specifically, all these points we will be studying. Do not worry, Kundali Ganeshji, I haven't missed the point of Jazia. As a part of administration, I'll be speaking about the different taxes, wherein I'll explain the Jazia system as well. Is that clear? So please do not worry about that. Because I'll explain Zakat, I'll explain Jazia, then Ushra, all these kind of taxes. I'll explain that, what we say this point at that time. Is that clear, Ganeshji? Okay, very good. Now let's understand about Khilji dynasty. The founder of Khilji dynasty was Alauddin Khilji, whose original name was Firoz. Okay. Now, Firoz, when he became Sultan, his age was 70 years and he could only rule for 6 years. He was killed by his own son-in-law, whose name was Alauddin Khilji, whose original name was Ali Gurshab. Now, what's the story behind that? Let me speak about that in short. It is said that Alauddin Khilji, he was a very competent ruler. And it is believed that at many point of time, he never gave huge punishments to the people. Okay, he did not rule with a strict hand. Like as we have seen, Balban, he ruled with the policy of blood and iron. But here, this person, Firoz or Alauddin Khilji, like even if a person has committed a heinous crime, he used to give them lighter form of punishment, because he believed that the major purpose here is to reform that person, not to punish him. But his leniency, like his, what we say, this attitude was taken in a very lenient manner by the nobles. So there was a person whose name was Siddhi Maula. Okay. And he had developed very good connections with the Sufi saints. And probably he might have an intention that he wanted to dethrone Alauddin Khilji. So when Alauddin Khilji asked him about this, he started arguing. And at this point of time, he got very angry and he had killed him specifically by crushing him under the feet of an elephant. So now people have, what we say, they are not taking Alauddin Khilji lightly. Now, Alauddin Khilji had sent many expeditions to the fort of Daulatabad. He wanted to capture the fort of Daulatabad because, like in the region of Deccan, it was one of the most important strategic locations. But at all the times when he sent the expeditions, every time I am saying, all of the governors were unsuccessful. But his son-in-law, he was the governor of a place called as Kara, which is located in UP. His name was Alauddin Khilji. He led a successful expedition to the region of Daulatabad. And after collecting the gold coins from that region, because he had plundered that region a lot, he had collected many gold coins from the region of Daulatabad, Alauddin Khilji, okay. And Alauddin Khilji, he came back to Kara. On one hand, Alauddin Khilji was happy. On the other hand, he was very angry. Why he was happy? Because by now nobody was able to conquer the region of Daulatabad. But his son-in-law had did that so. On the other hand, he was angry. Why? Before attacking the region of Daulatabad, did you take the permission of Sultan? Secondly, after plundering the region of this place, Daulatabad, you should have come back to Delhi. You directly went back to Kara. Okay, so there were many other ministers who were trying to poison the mind of Firoz, Jalaluddin Khilji. And they said that probably your son-in-law might have an eye over your throne. It was a time of Eid, and he decided that he'll go to Kara and meet his daughter and son-in-law. And to reach that place of Kara, one has to cross the river Ganga twice. So he, along with fleet of 15 to 20 ships and approximately soldiers, started moving towards the region of Kara. Okay. As soon as he crossed the river Ganges for the first time, there was a person from the side of Alauddin Khilji who had come to receive him. Okay. And that person said to Jalaluddin Khilji, you are going to meet your son-in-law. You're going to meet your daughter. Why do you need 1,000 soldiers along with you? Just have a handful of soldiers, 15 to 20 soldiers, and come. At this time, Jalaluddin Khilji thought that, yes, this is a good point. But he never knew that there is a different plot going on back at Kara. As soon as Firoz, he reached Kara and Alauddin Khilji saw him, he performed sajda. And when he performed sajda, immediately this person, Jalaluddin Khilji, tried to hug him. Okay. And when he hugged him, immediately through his eye movement, he instructed his soldiers to kill Jalaluddin Khilji. Immediately, a sword struck at the head of Jalaluddin Khilji. It took no time for him to realize that there is a different plot against him. Jalaluddin Khilji started running, and it is believed that Alauddin Khilji beheaded him. After beheading Jalaluddin Khilji, his head was put on a spear, and the head was paraded in the region of Kara, Manikpur, and Awadh. This was done to create a deterrence in the mind of other nobles. If anybody tries to revolt against me, they will meet the same fate. And after this, Alauddin Khilji, he sat on the throne of Khilji dynasty, and his original name was Ali Gurshap. Okay. So did you understand the point about Jalaluddin Khilji or Firoz? Yes, please. Okay, very good. Now let's understand about Alauddin Khilji, that is Ali Gurshap. I'll give you a very simple example. I have talked about this previously. Every major kingdom was afraid of the Mongols, but Mongols were afraid of Alauddin Khilji. A very small example I'll give you about this. It is said that more than 8,000 Mongols were being beheaded by Alauddin Khilji. And using their head, Alauddin Khilji had laid down the foundation of a fort, which is referred as Siri fort. Siri, it's a Hindi word for head. So Alauddin Khilji, like Mongols were even afraid of Alauddin Khilji at that time. So that was the power of Alauddin Khilji. Correct? So Ali Gurshap, he came to power and he adopted the same policy that was being adopted by Balban. He ruled with blood and iron policy. Okay. Now he wanted to conquer different regions. So he began his expeditions. Majority of the North Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji was led personally by him. And South Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji was led by his able military commander, whose name was Malik Kafur. So he had led the South Indian expeditions. And the North Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji were personally led by him. Starting with Gujarat. The ruler of Gujarat was Rai Karan, and Gujarat was of very strategic importance. You will observe one thing, rather it be Alauddin Khilji, rather it be the rule of Mughals. They have majorly focused on two important regions initially. One was Gujarat and second was Malwa. Why Gujarat? Gujarat, being a coastal state, had a very vibrant trade. Okay, and Malwa, it is located in western part of Madhya Pradesh. Presently, it encompasses the region of Dhar, Mandu, Ujjain, Indore, and so on. And Malwa is called as gateway to South India. It opens the door of South India. So both Gujarat and Malwa were strategically very, very important. Clear? So now Alauddin Khilji wanted to conquer the region of Gujarat. And when Alauddin Khilji wanted to conquer the region of Gujarat, the ruler of Gujarat was Rai Karan. Now, Rai Karan, initially he fought valiantly. But at this particular point of time, he was defeated by Nusrat Khan, one of the military commanders of Alauddin Khilji. And Rai Karan, along with his daughter Deval Devi, they fled away. Just remember this point for right now. So, the ruler of Gujarat, whose name was Waghela Rai Karan, he fled away along with his daughter, whose name was Deval Devi. Where did they go? We'll speak about that later on. Then he focused his eye on the region of Rajputana. At that time, the most powerful Rajputana kingdom was Ranthambore. And the ruler of Ranthambore was Hamir Dev. So initially, Alauddin Khilji dispatched his governor, whose name was Nusrat Khan, but he was being killed. And Alauddin Khilji personally led the expedition towards the region of Ranthambore. He personally went in that region. Okay. And he tried to conquer that region. And in fact, he conquered that region. After Ranthambore, he focused on the region of Jalore. And the most important one was the expedition of Chittorgarh. My friends, the fort of Chittorgarh, it is one of the largest forts of entire India. One of the largest forts. Okay. The ruler of Chittorgarh was Raja Rawal Ratan Singh. At that time, Alauddin Khilji did not have any personal animosity with the ruler of Chittorgarh. So why did Alauddin Khilji attack the region of Chittorgarh? There was a reason behind that. Okay. And what was the reason? The reason was, at that time, this person, Alauddin Khilji, coveted upon the wife of Raja Rawal Ratan Singh Ji, whose name was Rani Padmini Ji. And for that purpose, he had attacked the region of Chittorgarh. It is believed that treacherously, he had killed Raja Rawal Ratan Singh Ji. And Rani Padmini, along with thousands of women of Chittor, they committed Jauhar. Jauhar means self-immolation. Okay. And at that point of time, Alauddin Khilji, he got very infuriated, very angry. He massacred the entire population in the region of Chittorgarh, even though the people of Chittorgarh surrendered to him. Apart from this, he had changed the name of Chittorgarh during the medieval period. The name of Chittorgarh was Khizirabad. Why Khizirabad? Because Ali Gurshap or Alauddin Khilji had appointed one of his son, Khizir Khan, as the governor of Chittorgarh. Hence, Chittorgarh during the time of Alauddin Khilji was named as Khizirabad. Is that clear? Then, coming back to the South Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji. As discussed previously, the South Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji were majorly led by Malik Kafur. Malik Kafur's original name was Manikya. Manikya means gemstone. Okay, like apart from being a military strategist, apart from being a able military commander, he was very handsome. Okay, it is believed that when specifically the forces of Alauddin Khilji had conquered the region of Gujarat, this person Malik Kafur was purchased from a Qazi, and the Qazi sold this person Malik Kafur to Nusrat Khan, and Nusrat Khan presented him to Alauddin Khilji. He was sold at 1,000 dinars. Hence, it is said that Malik Kafur is also referred as Hazar Dinara. I repeat, Hazar Dinara. Okay. Now, it is believed that Alauddin Khilji sent Malik Kafur first time to Daulatabad. Okay. Specifically, the ruler of Daulatabad at that time, Ramchandra Dev. Just remember this. Ramchandra Dev, he had not paid a single penny as a tax from the past 2 to 3 years. And Alauddin Khilji, he thought that why is this person not paying a tax to me? So he sent Malik Kafur, just go and try to analyze the situation. When Malik Kafur comes here, he was very astonished. Why? Because Ramchandra Dev was trying to make an alliance with whom? He was trying to make an alliance with Rai Karan Dev. Do you remember the ruler of Gujarat, Rai Karan Dev? He had fled away from the battlefield. And where did he go? He go to Ramchandra Dev and taken asylum there. Okay. And they had a plan. What was that? The daughter of this person, Rai Karan Dev, was Deval Devi. And the son of Ramchandra Dev was Shankar. Both of them will get married. And matrimonial alliances is one of the ways to strengthen one's position. Malik Kafur comes to know about this and immediately informs Alauddin Khilji. Immediately, Deval Devi was being captured and she was forcefully married to Khizr Khan, one of the sons of Alauddin Khilji. Okay, initially there was a battle, but here he offered stiff resistance. Ramchandra Dev offered stiff resistance, but he was not that successful. Okay, but after some time, he surrendered. But now, Alauddin Khilji said to Ramchandra Dev, do not worry, you haven't paid taxes for 2 to 3 years, no issues with that. I just need your one help. I do not want money, I do not want military. I want one thing. Just show the direction in the South India to Malik Kafur. Just guide him in his expeditions. That's it. And he was ready for that. So the ruler of Warangal, Kakatiya dynasties of Warangal, they were defeated. Pratap Rudradev. Then Hoysala dynasty ruler, Veer Ballal III, he was defeated. The Pandyas were defeated. So this simply highlights one thing. There was internal squabble among South Indian rulers. Correct? Because Ramchandra Dev has helped against the ruler of Warangal, against the ruler of Dwar Samudra or Hoysalas. Correct? So there was internal squabble among the South Indian rulers at that time. So this was about the major expeditions during the time of Alauddin Khilji. But apart from this, Alauddin had also focused on different administrative perspective. He had done many works for the administration as well. Let me give you a very simple example. Why was Alauddin Khilji successful in majority of his expedition? Because he had focused majorly on cavalrymen. Can you believe in his army, approximately there were 4,75,000 cavalrymen. It's just about cavalrymen, forget about the infantry. 4,75,000 cavalrymen. Okay, and he had started 2 important systems, Dag and Chehra system. Dag is basically branding of horses. There were different breed of horses in the Alauddin Khilji's army. That is Dag. And Chehra means it is nothing but regular muster roll in the army. Then, since his army was quite huge, so he required a lot of what we say food grains and so on. And for that sake, he required a lot of taxes from the people. But how can he collect the taxes? So what did he do? He had specifically classified the markets into 4 different parts. Like there was a separate market for clothes. There was a separate market for grains and groceries, separate market for horses, separate market for slaves and so on. So 4 different markets were established by Alauddin Khilji. And stock holding was not allowed. Why stock holding was not allowed? Because Alauddin Khilji wanted to feed a huge army. And if there is a stock holding, what will happen? They will not get the resources at the time. In such a situation, a person can go for a stock holding. So what happened? Alauddin Khilji had appointed a market superintendent. Please note this down. And the market superintendent who was controlling the market was referred as Shahana-e-Mandi. I repeat, Shahana-e-Mandi. He was a market superintendent appointed by Alauddin Khilji. Just remember this. Okay. Now this person, he can also fall prey to the corrupt practices. So there needs to be an external control over him. So he had appointed intelligence officers and spies. And they were referred as Barid and Munihan. Please remember them. Terminologies are very important, as I've told you previously. Spies are considered as eyes and ears of the ruler. As we have seen previously in the ancient India, like Chandragupta Maurya also maintained different kind of spies. Correct? Such as Sansthan and Sanchari. Who were Sansthan? Sansthan were stationary spies. They used to gather the information within the kingdom. And Sanchari, they were wandering spies. They used to gather information from the outside the kingdom. Similarly here, there were 2 important kind of spies and intelligence officers, Barid and Munihan. Clear? He started one of the most important land revenue unit measurement, which is referred as Biswa. The word Bissa or Biswa is quite famous in the North Indian part. So he had initiated the land revenue unit measurement called as Biswa. Okay. Apart from this, he had imposed taxes on the houses, that is a property tax, and the property tax was referred as Ghori. Alauddin Khilji had imposed taxes on the pasture lands, and that taxes were referred as Chari. Please note this down along with me. Okay, he had imposed Ghori tax and Chari tax. I'll repeat the points again, do not worry about this, but please keep on noting down. Clear? Apart from this, it is said that he patronized one of the most famous poet at that time, whose name was Amir Khusro. Okay, Amir Khusro, like he gave the title Sikandar-e-Azam to this person, Alauddin Khilji, and he was given the title of Tuti-e-Hind, Parrot of India, by Alauddin Khilji. Amir Khusro is also referred as father of Qawwali in India. Amir Khusro was one of the staunch disciples of Nizamuddin Auliya, who was a Chishti Silsila Sufi saint. Apart from this, Alauddin Khilji had done many construction works, such as he had constructed Alai Darwaza, he aspired to construct Alai Minar, he constructed Mahal Hazar Satoon, that is Palace of 1,000 Pillars. Please keep on noting down, okay, because we are going from the perspective of prelims examination. So he constructed Alai Darwaza, he aspired to construct Alai Minar, which was double the size of Qutub Minar, but the work was never completed. He constructed Mahal Hazar Satoon, that is Palace of 1,000 Pillars. He constructed Siri Fort and Siri Village, as discussed in the start of the session itself, that he had beheaded more than 8,000 Mongols. And after beheading them, he laid the foundation of a fort above their heads, and that was referred as Siri Fort. Clear? Apart from this, it is believed that this person, Alauddin Khilji, it is said that, like as we have discussed, he wanted to construct Alai Minar, but it was never constructed. One more thing, he had constructed Hauz Khas. Hauz Khas is one of the important places in Delhi right now. So he had constructed all these things. So these are the important points that you need to remember about Alauddin Khilji. I will repeat the points again within next 30 seconds in short. It's a request to all of you, please note these points. Okay? As I've told you, all these points are important from the perspective of prelims examination. Clear? We have understood about the expeditions of Alauddin Khilji. Now, Alauddin Khilji started Dag and Chehra system. Okay? Yes, I'll repeat the points. Yes, peppermint. Dag means branding of horses. Chehra means regular muster roll in the army. I'll give you a very simple example. Suppose I'm a cavalryman. Okay? A particular horse has been assigned to me. And if that horse has come into the stables right now, it simply means that I am present. If he's not there, it simply means I am absent. So Chehra means what? Regular muster roll in the army. Hope Mr. Peppermint, it's clear. Then, Dag and Chehra system. He divided the markets into 4 parts. He appointed a market superintendent referred as Shahana-e-Mandi. To have a control over him, he appointed spies and intelligence officers. They were referred as Barid and Munihan. He imposed taxes on the property, that was referred as Ghori tax or house tax. He imposed taxes on the pasture lands, and that taxes was referred as Chari tax. He started a land revenue unit measurement referred as Bissa or Biswa. He laid down the foundation of important constructions such as Alai Minar, then Alai Darwaza, Mahal Hazar Satoon, Hauz Khas, Siri Fort, and so on. He patronized Amir Khusro, one of the famous historians, who is also referred as father of Qawwali. Okay? And he was given the title Tuti-e-Hind or Parrot of India by Alauddin Khilji. And he gave the title Sikandar-e-Azam to Alauddin Khilji. Is the point clear, friends? Please answer in the comment section. You're welcome, Peppermint. Yes, please. Okay, one more point about, to be noted about the Khilji dynasty. And the point is, Khusro Shah was the only Hindu convert to sit on the throne of Delhi Sultanate. I repeat, Khusro Shah was the only Hindu convert to sit on the throne of Delhi Sultanate. Please note this point. Okay. After the expeditions of Alauddin Khilji, just remember this point. After the South Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji, It is said that he distributed different varieties of gold coins. And these gold coins were referred as dinar. One more important fact. The coins of Alauddin Khilji are the first coins to have the dates on them. So, on the coins of Muhammad Ghori, you will find the depiction of the goddess Lakshmi ji. On the coins of Alauddin Khilji, you will observe what? The dates are written on them. Clear? Just note these two important points. Very, very important one. Is that clear? Just a second. Just hold on for a second, guys. Okay, now let's understand about the Tughlaq dynasty. So, very simple question. Who was the founder of Tughlaq dynasty? And which among the following ruler of Tughlaq dynasty was referred as a mad ruler or a mixture of opposites? Any guesses? Yes, guys, fast please. Which ruler was referred as mixture of opposites or a mad ruler? Any guess? Any idea? Okay, we'll understand about it. Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. The original name of Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq was Ghazi Malik. Yes, very good. Mr. Peppermint, right guess. His original name was Ghazi Malik. Ghazi basically means slayer of infidels and a victorious person. Correct? Now, this person, Ghazi Malik, he was a very intelligent person. He knew that why are the nobles, why are the officers falling into corrupt practices? There was a reason behind that. Because they were underpaid. As soon as Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he came to power, what did he do? He started paying them more so that these nobles will remain loyal towards the Sultan. They will remain loyal towards the ruler. Apart from this, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he had a very dissenting relations with whom? One of the Sufi saints whose name was Nizamuddin Auliya. How do we come to know about this? If you Google this, it is said that Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he had constructed a fort, and that fort was referred as Tughlaqabad Fort. When you Google about Tughlaqabad Fort, you will come to know about one important thing. It is considered as a cursed fort. And this fort was constructed within a span of 4 years. And a person, the Sultan, stayed here just for 15 years. And after that, the fort was kept vacant. It is considered as a, what we say, cursed fort. Why? It is said that there was a lot of liberal donation given to the Sufi saints. And these Sufi saints used to use this liberal donation for welfare of the people. One such Sufi saint was Nizamuddin Auliya, who was also referred as Mehboob-e-Illahi, that is beloved of Allah. So at that time, it is believed that to protect the region of Delhi from Mongols, in the southern part of Delhi, this person Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq wanted to construct a fort as soon as possible. Okay, and it is constructed within a span of 4 years, Tughlaqabad Fort. So he had employed all the laborers from the region of Delhi. Okay, and it is believed that at the same time, Nizamuddin Auliya, he was constructing a Bauli. Bauli means a step well. So he also required laborers at that time. And this person, what we say, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq had dissenting relations with Nizamuddin Auliya. So the laborers used to work during the daytime in the fort, and during the night time they used to work for Nizamuddin Auliya. And when this person comes to know about this, Ghazi Malik, he gets very infuriated. And he orders the laborers not to work there. Otherwise, you'll get beheaded. But still the laborers were working for them. Okay. Now, it is said that at that time, Nizamuddin Auliya had cursed this person that nobody is going to live in this fort. In Hindi, it is said that it will become a khandar. In simple words, nobody is going to stay here. Okay. And you are constructing this fort. In fact, you won't be able to stay here. At that time, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he had led a successful expedition to the region of Bengal. And when he was coming from the region of Bengal, Nizamuddin Aulia had said in Hindi or Urdu, this line goes like, Delhi abhi dur hai. Delhi is far away. He won't be coming to Delhi. So as soon as he was coming from a successful expedition from the region of Bengal, there is a place called as Afghanpur, which is located 15 to 20 kilometers away from Delhi. So there a proper, Shamiana pavilion had been erected for his welcome. As soon as he came here and he wanted to address his military men, what happened? One of the pillars broke down and it collapsed on him. And this person, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, passed away. So the prophecy, or what we can say, the words of Nizamuddin Aulia came true. So it is believed that this person, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he was being succeeded by his son, whose name was Juna Khan. Also referred as Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So hope you have understood about Ghazi Malik or Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Yes, hope the point is clear. Okay, very good. Now let's understand about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and the 5 important experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq are very famous. So what are the 5 important experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq? Just note it down along with me. Transfer of capital and its retransfer. Second, Khorasan expedition. Just note it down along with me, friends. Taxation in Doab. Introduction of token currency. Transfer of capital, Khorasan expedition, taxation in the region of Doab, introduction of token currency, and the last one is Karachil expedition. Now, Juna Khan or Muhammad bin Tughlaq, oftenly he is referred by many historians as mixture of opposites. Now, why he was called as mixture of opposites? Because nobody knew what will he do at any particular point of time. He hardly listened to the advice of anyone. And he was quite infamous for his 5 major experiments. The first major experiment was transfer of capital to Daulatabad and its retransfer. Okay. Now, this person, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, wanted to protect the region of Delhi and its people. So he transferred the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. He constructed a road from Delhi to Daulatabad. Lot of shady trees were planted along the way. Lot of sarais were being constructed, the rest houses for the people. Okay. Many of the people were forced to migrate to Daulatabad. In fact, one of the historians, V.D. Mahajan, he writes in his book, one of the blind man, he was dragged to Daulatabad even though he was not willing to go. Compulsorily, he was dragged to Daulatabad. And it is believed that this person, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he completely did not give a second thought. The climatic condition, the geographical conditions of Delhi at that time was very different. Correct? And the climatic condition of Daulatabad, which is located in the region of Deccan, it was very different. Half of the population that migrated to Daulatabad died on the way. Other half that was left, they died in Daulatabad. After some time, he realized that I have done something wrong. So he retransfers the capital to Delhi. Now, give me one simple answer. Suppose if enemy is trying to attack you from the northern part of India. Correct? You have your capital at Daulatabad. Okay. Some enemy has entered from the Khyber Pass, which is located in Hindu Kush mountains, and he had started attacking and conquering the regions of North India. It will take a lot of time for you to travel from Daulatabad to Delhi. But if you are in, or if you have your capital at Delhi, what will happen? Immediately you can stop the invaders. Isn't that so? But this thought was not given by Muhammad bin Tughlaq or Juna Khan. Second important expedition was, or experiment was, Khorasan expedition. Whenever there is a fight between two kingdoms, yes, this is an opportunity for the third one. But the third one should be prepared already. You cannot go randomly and attack. Correct? You should be immediately prepared. Like, I'll give you a very simple example. Peshwa Bajirao. Why Peshwa Bajirao was successful in all of the major expeditions that he had led? Because he had followed one technique, and that technique is referred as Blitzkrieg technique. What is Blitzkrieg technique? Attack at the speed of lightning. In fact, this same technique was used by Germany against Poland in the World War II. Okay, even before the enemy thinks that you are going to attack, you just attack, destroy, and come back. That was a technique used by Peshwa Bajirao. But here what happened? When there was a fight between the two kingdoms in the region of Central Asia, specifically Khorasan, Muhammad bin Tughlaq wanted to acquire the region of Khorasan. First of all, he was not able to manage the region of India, but still he had an aspirations to conquer the region of Khorasan. Okay, he recruited more men into Diwan-e-Arz. Simple words, he recruited more men into military department. He paid them well. Getting the points clear? More than 2 lakh men were recruited additionally. Specifically, they were given high incentives, they were given high salaries. After 7 to 8 months, he comes to know that whatever tensions were going on in the region of Khorasan, now it has come at peace. He had wasted a lot of money and resources in that. Correct? Apart from this, fighting in the plain area is different and fighting in the hilly terrains is different. Fighting in the desert regions or arid regions is different. And to go to Central Asia, you have to cross the snowy mountains of Hindu Kush. Have you given a single thought about that? How will you transport the logistics in that region? Have you given a single thought about it? No. Second failed experiment. Now, so much money have been spent. Where will the money come from? By taxing the peasants, by taxing the cultivators. So what did he do? He increased the taxes by 8 to 12 times in the region of Doab. Ganga Yamuna Doab. Now, what is the region of Doab? Doab, it's a place specifically between the two important rivers, and it's a highly fertile region. So the peasants in the region of Ganga Yamuna Doab were quite prosperous. So he, apart from the basic taxes, okay, he increased the taxes by 8 to 12 times. Unfortunately, in the region of Ganga Yamuna Doab, that year itself there was a famine, and the peasants were not able to pay the taxes. But what this person thought, that I will give certain loan to the peasants on a very minimum interest rates, and these loans were referred as Takavi loans. I repeat, they were referred as Takavi loans. And there is another word as well for these loans, and they were referred as, I have mentioned here specifically, Sonadhar. Okay, Sonadhar and Takavi loans. So he started a separate agricultural department for the peasants, and through this he used to provide the loans. And the agriculture department was referred as Diwane-Kohi department. I repeat, Diwane-Kohi department. Now what did he do? Now he started giving loan to the peasants. In fact, he chose an area of 70 to 84 square miles so that the fertility of this region could be replenished. And he spent 70 to 80 lakh tankas for that. Already he was running out of cash. Already there was a lot of economic burden on him. Apart from this, he had spent 70 to 80 lakh tankas in this region. And when he spent 70 to 80 lakh tankas, what happened? After some times, 4 to 5 years, he realized that the land that has been chosen, it's completely barren. Again, 70 to 80 lakh tankas gone in waste. Third important failed experiment. Introduction of token currency. One should not replicate anyone else. Isn't that so? We should first of all understand our own condition and then take the decisions. That is a quality of a smart ruler. And these qualities are mentioned in Kautilya's Arthashastra as well, which is considered as the first book on geopolitics. Correct? Now this person, he was trying to replicate the ruler of Persia and China. Like the ruler of China, Kublai Khan, the ruler of Persia, Gai Khatu, they had introduced token currency and paper currency. So he thought that why shouldn't I introduce a token currency? Now he introduced a token currency, and the most important problem with the token currency was it could be easily forged. Anybody can make that currency. In fact, historian again V.D. Mahajan writes in his book that the house of every Hindu became a mint. These coins were made by the people in the home itself. Okay, you wanted to tell what we say times increased taxes. We will pay you 20 times increased taxes. Why? Because these coins were produced in the home itself. Finally, he had to bring a lot of gold in the market so that the token currency could be replaced. Fourth failed experiment. Karachil expedition. Now, if I speak about the Karachil expedition, like he had a fear that Mongols can attack from the region of the borders. And in the monsoon season, what happened? He tried to attack the hilly terrains of the Kumaon Himalayas. I have talked about Mahmud of Ghazni, and we have discussed about one important thing. Why was Mahmud of Ghazni successful? There was one reason behind that. And what was that? He usually attacked India before the onset of the monsoon. Why? Because during the monsoon season, the rivers of India are over flooded. And the entire army will get trapped in the flood. But this person, he neglected this thought. And he attacked the region of Karachil, specifically the Kumaon region, during the monsoon season. 50% of the army, they were trapped in the, floods. So this was a fifth failed experiment. So hope so now you understood that why this person is referred as mixture of opposites. Okay. Apart from this, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, like he started a separate department which is called as Diwan-e-Kohi department. Okay. He was referred as mixture of opposites. He had constructed one fort in Telangana, and that fort was referred as Adilabad Fort. So if a question comes, who had constructed the Tughlaqabad fort? It was constructed by Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, who is also referred as Ghazi Malik. He was father of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And who had constructed the Adilabad fort specifically, which is located in Telangana? It was constructed by MBT, Muhammad bin Tughlaq or Juna Khan. Clear? Now this person had also led many expeditions. Specifically speaking, he had led expedition to different places. So he led an expedition to Daulatabad, and his expedition to Daulatabad was very successful. While coming back, he heard news that there was a person named as Taghi. He had revolted in the region of Gujarat. And he thought that immediately it is necessary to suppress the revolt that is being conducted by Taghi. So he started marching towards the region of Gujarat. As soon as Taghi comes to know about this, he flees away from the region of Gujarat and he moves to Sindh. Muhammad bin Tughlaq started chasing him till the region of Sindh. It is said that Muhammad bin Tughlaq reached till the region of Gondal. He reached till the region of Thatta near Sindh, and he fell seriously ill. After 3 to 4 days of partial recovery and rest, he again started chasing Taghi. But his condition again worsened and Muhammad bin Tughlaq died. And Muhammad bin Tughlaq was succeeded by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Correct? Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he had distributed different varieties of gold coins. In fact, he had distributed 25 variety of gold coins. A very important point to be remembered about him. There was a Moroccan traveler whose name was Ibn Battuta, who had worked as a Qazi in the court of Muhammad bin Tughlaq for 8 years. And he had written a book called as Safarnama Rehla or Kitab ul Rehla. So these are the important points that you guys need to remember about Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Is that clear? So I will repeat the points again within short. He started Diwan-e-Kohi department, which is agriculture department. Then his 5 important experiments are important. Then he gave loans to the peasants, that is referred as Sondhar or Takavi loans. Very minimum interest rates. He constructed a fort which is called as Adilabad Fort, located in Telangana. There was a Moroccan traveler whose name was specifically Ibn Battuta. He stayed in the court of Muhammad bin Tughlaq for 8 years and worked as a Qazi. He had written a book called as Kitab ul Rehla or Safarnama Rehla. Is that clear? Okay. Now let's understand about another important person whose name is Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Firoz Shah Tughlaq, it's very important because there are many works done by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And there can be a different questions like who started Diwane-Bandagan department? Who started Diwane-Ishtiyaq department? Who started the irrigation tax for the first time? Who made the Ikta system hereditary? There can be different and probable questions on Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So pay attention carefully. Okay. As we had discussed, there was a person named as Taghi who had revolted in the region of Gujarat. And Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he decided to suppress the revolt of Taghi. And so he started chasing him. And when he started chasing him, this person Taghi, he fled away from the region of Gujarat and moved towards the region of Sindh. And he started chasing him again in the region of Sindh. But when he reached a place called as Thatta near Sindh, he fell seriously ill and after some time he passed away. At that time, nobles chose Firoz Shah Tughlaq as the next ruler of Tughlaq dynasty. But what happened? And this was in Sindh itself. But at that time in Delhi, there was a person whose name was Khan-e-Jahan. Okay, sorry, Khwaja-e-Jahan. Like he used to take care of the administration. He was a Naib, that is Prime Minister during the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. When Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he used to go for expeditions, this person used to take care of the administration in Delhi. Who? Khwaja-e-Jahan. Now what did Khwaja-e-Jahan do? He played a very diplomatic game. He placed a minor on the throne of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So everyone thought that he is the son of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. But the noble said that in Islam there is nothing called as hereditary law of succession. In fact, this person, Khwaja-e-Jahan, he had a different intention. And what was his intention? He wanted to, he will use this minor as a puppet and he will become the ruler in the coming years. Later on, what happened? This person was being removed from the position of Naib and a new person was appointed whose name was Khan-e-Jahan Maqbool, and he was very loyal towards Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he had led many expeditions. In fact, Firoz Shah Tughlaq had attacked the Jwalamukhi temple and destroyed it. An important one. From here, thousands of Sanskrit manuscripts were being, collected, and they were translated into Persian language. And the translated version of these, manuscripts is referred as Dalail-e-Firoz Shahi. Please remember this, Dalail-e-Firoz Shahi, an important one. Okay, so specifically speaking, after attacking the region of Jwalamukhi temple, what happened? Specifically, he had, collected thousands of manuscripts from that region and translated into which language? Persian language. And the translated version is referred as Dalail-e-Firoz Shahi. Is that clear? Now, this person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, thought that Taghi, who had fled away, probably he might be making an alliance with the ruler of Sindh. And again, he can attack the region of, India. Okay, he can again attack the region of India. In such a situation, what should I do? I should start chasing Taghi. Okay, now this person, he again with the army, and he kept one of his prime ministers, Naib, whose name was Khan-e-Jahan Maqbool, in Delhi. And along with the army, he started moving towards the region of Sindh. 50% of the army, they were lost in Gujarat itself, in the jungles and the forest regions of Gujarat itself. 50% of the army. And they were wandering trapped in the region of Gujarat. After everyone thought that this person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, has died. Now what happened? This person, Khan-e-Jahan Maqbool, who was very loyal towards this person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he comes here finding his master. He finds him. After finding him, they both attacked to the region of Sindh, and the ruler of Sindh, Jam Bamnia, was defeated. So this is about the expeditions led by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Now let's talk about the major administrative works of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay. Specifically speaking, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he had imposed jizya on the Brahmins for the first time. Okay. Now what is jizya? Jizya, it's a religious tax that is imposed on non-Muslim. Suppose I am a Hindu. I have to construct a temple on my own land. I have to go to a Char Dham Yatra. Okay. In such a situation, I had to pay a tax. And that tax was referred as jizya tax. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq was the first ruler to impose jizya on Brahmins. Okay. In fact, it is said that there was one Brahmin, he had questioned the ayats of the Quran and he was publicly burnt alive in front of everyone so that nobody is going to question specifically the ayats of Quran or the verses of Quran. It simply narrates one thing. Specifically, although he was a good administrator, but he was a fundamentalistic follower of Islam. He had more than thousands of slaves. Rather than saying thousands of slaves, he had lakhs of slaves. And for them, he had created a separate slave department. And that slave department was referred as Diwane-Bandgan department. I repeat, Diwane-Bandgan department. A separate slave department was created by him. If you remember, we had discussed, as soon as Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq or Ghazi Malik came to power, he understood one thing, that why are the nobles and ministers falling into corrupt practices? Because they are underpaid. Why don't we started giving them more salary? Okay. Additionally, what did Firoz Shah Tughlaq do? Apart from giving salary to the ministers, he also started a system of pension. And he started a separate pension department. And that department is called as Diwane-Ishtiyaq department. Diwane-Ishtiyaq department, it's a separate pension department that was started for the nobles and the ministers by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Then, whatever money was accrued in the form of taxes, it was utilized for the welfare of the people. He used to utilize that money for different charitable activities. And for that, he had started a different department referred as Diwane-Khairat department. Please keep on noting down these departments. They are very, very important from the exam perspective. So he had started another department which is referred as Diwane-Khairat department. So first one is Diwane-Bandgan. Diwane-Bandgan is slave department. Diwane-Ishtiyaq, it's a pension department. Diwane-Khairat, it's a charity department. Apart from this, he had done a lot many works for development of irrigation. As per historian Farishta, he had constructed more than 845 canals. Okay, more than 845 canals. Okay, and specifically there's a Persian word for the canal that is referred as Rajwah. I repeat, Rajwah. As we have discussed, whatever money was accrued in the form of taxes, it was utilized for the welfare of the people. One such welfare activity was construction of hospitals. And these hospitals were referred as Dar-ul-Shifa or Shifa Khana. Medieval India, my friends, terminologies are very important. Same in ancient India. When you study about the Vedic civilization, there are more than 50 terminologies in ancient India as well. Lot many terminologies. And there are direct questions, like if you study about Buddhism, a direct question have been asked in terminology, what is Tathagat? Tathagat basically means pathfinder of truth. Correct? What is Mahabhinishkraman? What is Nishagriva? Direct question on the terminologies. So terminologies are very important. I can understand they are a bit difficult to remember. You have to note them down. You have to remember them. Okay, Zoya, very good. So, precisely speaking, Diwane-Bandgan, slave department, Diwane-Ishtiyaq, pension department, Diwane-Khairat, it was charity department. Rajwah, it's a Persian word for canals. Dar-ul-Shifa or Shifa Khana, it means free hospital service. Clear? Then, Ikta system was made hereditary by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Ikta system was introduced by Shamsuddin Iltutmish. Okay. And finally, it was, as I've told you, Iktadars were transferable and it was not hereditary. But here the Ikta system was made hereditary by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Apart from this, he had introduced for the first time irrigation tax. Although irrigation practices was being initiated by Muhammad bin Tughlaq as a part of Diwane-Kohi, that is agriculture department. But proper irrigation tax was imposed during the time of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And the irrigation tax was referred as Haq-e-Sharb. Please note down this terminology as well. Haq-e-Sharb is nothing but irrigation tax that was imposed during the time of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Is that clear? So Diwane-Bandgan, Diwane-Ishtiyaq, Diwane-Khairat, Rajwaha, Darul Shifa, Shifa Khana, Hake-Sharb. Hake-Sharb means irrigation tax. Apart from this, the Qutub Minar construction was being initiated by Qutbuddin Aybak. It was completed by Shamsuddin Iltutmish. But the top floor of the Qutub Minar was destroyed by lightning. And it was reconstructed by whom? It was reconstructed by this person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Firoz Shah Tughlaq had brought two important pillars of Ashoka from Topara and Meerut to Delhi. He had also promoted horticultural department. Okay, so all these are the important works done by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq is very, very important from the exam perspectively, specifically the departments that were being initiated by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Is that clear? I'll repeat the points again. Diwan-e-Bandagan, it's a slave department. Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq, it's a pension department. Diwan-e-Khairat, it's a charity department. Rajwaha, it's a Persian word for canals. Darul Shifa or Shifa Khana, this is free hospital service. Haq-e-Sharb, Haq-e-Sharb specifically means what? Haq-e-Sharb means irrigation tax. Is that clear? Yes, guys. Are the points clear? Shall we go for a quick revision, question and answer round, so that I can understand that how many of you are keenly listening to me? Yes, please. Fast. Okay, very good, Peppermint. Zoya. Very good, everyone. Okay, Arathia, I'll go for question and answer round now. I'll ask you 5 important questions and we'll try to understand that how many of you are keenly listening to me. First, very simple question is, first. Okay. Who had started Turkani-Chahalgani system? I repeat, who had started Turkani-Chahalgani system? Fast. Answer in the comment section. Very good, Santosh. Turkan-e-Chahalgani system. It's Iltutmish. Very good, very good. Then, who initiated or who constructed Mahal Hazar Satoon? Very good, Santosh. Peppermint, Zoya, Arathia. Very good. Who had constructed Mahal Hazar Satoon or Palace of Thousand Pillars? Jay Prakash ji, perfect. Iltutmish is the answer for the previous one. Yes, very good. It's Alauddin Khilji. Very good everyone. Joya, Mr. Peppermint. Very good, very good. Third important question. Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq department started by Firoz Shah Tughlaq is related to Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq department. Yes, Thar Karma ji. Hello. Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq department is related to. Very good. We have just seen right now, friends. It's related to pension department. No, Thar Karma, it's not military. Perfect, Joya. It's pension department. Pension, perfect. No, Santosh, it's not charity. Charity is Diwan-e-Khairat department. Okay. It's pension department. And the last important question that I'm going to ask you now is, which department is related to, or what is a Persian word for canals? What is a Persian word for canals? Yes, Santosh, perfect. The previous answer is pension. Arathia, perfect. Pension. Guys, we have just seen it now. It's Rajwaha. And one more thing to be remembered about Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he has done a lot of work for development of horticultural activities. Clear? Okay, Joya, perfect. Now let's understand within 3 to 4 minutes about the Sayyid and the Lodi dynasty. Okay. Sayyid dynasty, it was founded by Khizr Khan. And he was one of the, initially he was associated with whom? Timur. So specifically since he was associated with Timur, he did not adopt the title of Sultan. In fact, Khizr Khan, although he was running an independent dynasty in the form of Sayyid dynasty, but still he did not assume the title of Sultan. He had assumed the title of Rayat-e-Ala. Okay? Rayat-e-Ala basically means he is just a representative of somebody else. So he assumed the title Rayat-e-Ala. In fact, he never read khutbah in his own name. He read khutbah in the name of whom? The Sultan, that is Timur. After the death of Timur, his son succeeded, whose name was Shah Rukh. So this person, Khizr Khan, read the khutbah in the name of Shah Rukh, not in his own name. Khizr Khan was succeeded by Mubarak Shah, and Mubarak Shah was the first Sultan or the first ruler of Sayyid dynasty to assume the title of Sultan. Clear? Then comes Muhammad Shah. He was a weak ruler, and after that finally comes Alauddin Alam Shah. Alauddin Alam Shah was being replaced by Behlol Lodi. And Behlol Lodi, he laid down the foundation of an independent dynasty referred as Lodi dynasty. As discussed in the start itself, okay, Lodi dynasty was the first Afghan dynasty to rule over Delhi Sultanate. First Afghan dynasty. Is that clear? So who was the founder of Lodi dynasty? It was Behlol Lodi who laid the foundation of Lodi dynasty. Now Behlol Lodi, he was a very intelligent personality. Now, if we observe one thing, please note down this important fact. In the entire Delhi Sultanate, I'm not just saying about the Lodi dynasty. In the entire Delhi Sultanate, the person who ruled for the longest time was Behlol Lodi. Behlol Lodi ruled for 38 years. I repeat, Behlol Lodi, he ruled for 38 years. Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he had ruled for 37 years. And Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he has roughly ruled for 25 to 26 years. So just remember this. Okay? So specifically speaking, the person who has ruled for the longest time or the longest tenure was whom? This person, Behlol Lodi, 38 years. Followed by Firoz Shah Tughlaq, 37 years. Note it down. And then comes MBT, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. He had ruled for 26 years. Okay? Now, during the time of Behlol Lodi, it is believed that he said that he never used to sit on the higher pedestal because he knew that nobles are playing a very important role in either making a king or replacing a particular sultan. So he used to tell the other nobles that I am one among the Afghan peers, I am one among you. And he used to sit between the nobles. Okay, so that nobody will get offended. During his time, the Sharki dynasty, which was ruling in the region of Jaunpur, precisely in the eastern part of UP, its ruler was Masood Shah Sharki. Masood Shah Sharki had attacked Delhi, but he had to face a defeat. Okay. Behlol Lodi was succeeded by his son, whose name was Sikandar Lodi. Sikandar Lodi is considered as one of the greatest ruler of Lodi dynasty. One of the greatest ruler of Lodi dynasty. Okay. And he had done many works. What were the important works done by him? First of all, he had started a land revenue unit measurement, which is referred as Gaj. And that land revenue unit measurement is referred as Gaj-e-Sikandari. You might have heard about this word. Like right now, we have discussed about who had introduced the Biswa or the Bissa system of land revenue. It was introduced by Alauddin Khilji. Who has introduced the Gaj-e-Sikandari? As the name suggests, as the name speaks, it was introduced by Sikandar Lodi. Okay. Apart from this, Sikandar Lodi had laid the foundation of the city of Agra. Clear? Apart from this, he had written poems in the pen name Gul-Rukhi. Please note them down. Gul-Rukhi. Apart from this, he used to impose a lot of taxes, that is jizya tax, on the non-Muslims. And he was being succeeded by his son, whose name was Ibrahim Lodi. And Ibrahim Lodi is considered as the last ruler of Lodi dynasty. He was being defeated by Babur in the first battle of Panipat, which was fought in 1526. And Babur had laid the foundation of the Mughal dynasty or the Mughal empire. Is the point clear? So just you need to remember about here is Sikandar Lodi. He had initiated the land revenue unit measurement referred as Gaj-e-Sikandari. He had written poems in the pen name about the life of the people during the time of Delhi Sultanate. He laid the foundation of a city of Agra and his original name was Nizam Khan. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section, yes or no. Okay, Tharkarma, you are from Andhra Pradesh. You have completed ancient and medieval history playlist. Now you have started modern in history. Okay, Tharkarma. Hope the playlist of ancient and medieval history might have helped you out. Very good. Is the point clear about the rulers of Delhi Sultanate? Very good. Joya. What about others? Okay. Very good. Very good, Santosh. Great. Now, before we take a break, we'll go for the administration of Delhi Sultanate. We'll understand in short about the administration of Delhi Sultanate. And then we'll take a short coffee break of 10 to 15 minutes. Okay? Delhi Sultanate. Now, let's understand about the administrative perspective of the Delhi Sultanate. In ancient India, we have seen about the administration of, thanks a lot, Jay Prakash ji. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. In ancient India, we have seen about the administration of Guptas, administration of Mauryas, every administration. Okay. So, specifically speaking, at that particular point of time, what happened? Like, at the apex of the administration was the ruler. And ruler was assisted in performance of his duties by Council of Ministers, and that these Council of Ministers were referred as Mantri Parishad. Now, these Mantri Parishad was headed by an important minister who was referred as a Prime Minister, also called as Pradhan Mantri or Mantri Parishad Adhyaksha. Isn't that so? Same thing here. Same thing. At the apex of the administration, we have Sultan. And Sultan is assisted in performance of his duties by Council of Ministers. These Council of Ministers are referred as Majlis-e Khalwat. I repeat, Majlis-e Khalwat. Okay? And specifically speaking, the Majlis-e Khalwat is headed by a Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister is referred as Naib. In very simple language, in very simple words, Naib is acting as a channel of communication between the Council of Ministers referred as Majlis-e Khalwat on one side and Sultan or the Emperor on the other side. Now, there were different portfolios, there were different departments as we have seen. So, one was Diwan-e-Wazirat department, which is referred as Finance department. Other was Diwan-e-Arz department, which was created by Balban. And Diwan-e-Arz is nothing but military department or defense department. Then comes Diwan-e-Insha. Diwan-e-Insha is nothing but department of correspondence. Diwan-e-Rasalat, it's a religious affairs department. Diwan-e-Khairat, it's a charity department. Diwan-e-Bandgan, it's a slave department. Okay. Then comes Diwan-e-Kohi, it's an agriculture department that was created by whom? It was created by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So this was about the administration at the central level. Now, what about the administration at the provincial level? Let's understand about that. So just draw along with me. Ikta, Iktadar, Mukti or Wali. Shik, Shikdar. Pargana, Amil, Mauza, Muqaddam or Chaudhary. Okay. Like this was the administration that we have seen previously as a part of central administration. Okay. Apart from this, there was provincial administration, administration at the level of district, administration at the level of the village level. So the entire, what we say, the Delhi Sultanate, it was divided into different provinces. These provinces were referred as Iqta, and Iqta was headed by the provincial governor. He was referred as Mukti, Wali or Iqtadar. Then comes, these provinces were further divided into districts. These districts were referred as Shik, and Shik was headed by Shikdar. It was further divided into sub-district, which is also called as Taluka, Tehsil or Pargana, and it was headed by Amil. And then finally comes the grassroots level village administration. Village was referred as Mauza and was headed by Muqaddam or Chaudhary. So I'll repeat. At the central level, we have Sultan, who is at the apex of the administration. Sultan is assisted in performance of his duties by Council of Ministers. These Council of Ministers are referred as Majlis-e-Khalwat. Majlis-e-Khalwat, it is headed by whom? Naib, that is Prime Minister, and there were different departments. Further, the division is divided into Iqta. Provinces were referred as Iqta. Iqta was headed by Mukti or Wali or Iqtadar. Further divided into districts. District is referred as Shik. Shik is headed by Shikdar. Further divided into sub-district. Sub-district is referred as Pargana. Pargana is headed by Amil. Further divided into villages, referred as Mauza, headed by Muqaddam or Chaudhary. Is it clear? Yes, PK Solis. Yes, usually the history series what I've taken as a part of YouTube on StudyIQ IAS English channel, that is majorly useful for the or beneficial for UPSC students. But yes, it will 100% benefit you in the SSC exam as well. Don't worry. Okay, PK Solis? Yes, did you understand about the things? Okay, very good. Now let's understand about the classification of the land. First land was Iqta land. We have seen about what is Iqta system. Okay. Now, Iqta system was initiated by Shamsuddin Iltutmish. Rather than giving salary in cash to the nobles and ministers, these noble and ministers were given a piece of land. Whatever was their salary, they used to keep it, and the excess amount was returned back to the administration. Whatever excess amount was returned back, that was called as fawazil. Correct? During that time, Iqta system was not hereditary. Iqtadars were transferable. But during the time of Firoz Shah Tughlaq, Iqta system became hereditary. Clear? So, Iqta land is the land that was assigned to the individuals. Okay? Khalis land. Khalis land, it was the land which was directly under the control of Sultan. And whatever money was accrued from these lands, this was utilized for what purpose? It was utilized for the maintaining the royal expenses. Okay? And then comes the Inam land. Inam means was prize, gift. These are the lands that is given as a part of donations to the scholars and so on. So these are the lands given to the religious leaders for religious institutions. So there were three kinds of land. Iqta land, headed by Iqtadar, Mukti or Wali. Khalis land, which was directly under the control of Sultan, and the money that was accrued from these lands, it was utilized for maintenance of royal courts. Then comes Inam land, the land that was granted to the religious leaders. Now comes the different types of taxes. The first type of tax is Ushra. Ushra tax, it was levied on the peasants, specifically the Muslim peasants. And just they had to pay 5 to 10% of the revenue or produce. Suppose I'm a peasant, a cultivator or a farmer. I have produced 100 quintals. As a tax, I have to submit 5 quintals or 10 quintals of wheat. Okay? Suppose if I'm a Muslim peasant. On the other hand, if I'm a non-Muslim peasant, suppose I'm a Hindu, I don't have to pay Ushra. I have to pay another tax that is called as Kharaj. Okay? And Kharaj, it's a tax that is levied on the non-Muslims. And you can understand about the discrimination at that time. What was the minimum tax at that time? 1/3 was the minimum tax. That is approximately around 33%. And 2/3 was the maximum tax. Like for example, I have suppose if I used the irrigation facilities, so I have to pay Hake Sharb, that is irrigation tax. So approximately 60 to 66% was a tax that I had to pay if I am a non-Muslims, and that was nothing but kharaj. It was a tax that was imposed on non-Muslim peasants. Then comes jizya. Jizya, it's a kind of a religious tax that was being imposed on the non-Muslim. I had given you the example previously. Suppose if I'm a Hindu, if I have to go to Char Dham Yatra, I have to construct a temple on my own land. For that, I have to pay a tax. And that tax is referred as jizya tax. Clear? Apart from this, there was another tax which is referred as zakat. Now, what is zakat? Zakat, it's a tax that was imposed on rich Muslims. Okay. Now, there are 5 fundamental pillars of Islam. First fundamental pillar of Islam is La ilaha illallah and Muhammad ur Rasul. Allah is one and Prophet Muhammad is his messenger. Second important principle is offering namaz to Allah 5 times in a day. And there are different kinds of namaz. Fajr ki namaz, Duhar ki namaz, Maghrib ki namaz, Isha ki namaz, and so on. So offering prayers to Allah 5 times in a day. Second important principle. Third important principle is zakat. Zakat means charity. Whatever money you are earning, at least you should donate 2 to 2.5% of your money. And that would be utilized for the underprivileged section of the society. Suppose if I am earning 100 rupees, if I am earning 100 rupees, I have to give 2 to 2.5 rupees as a charity, as a tax. And that tax is referred as zakat. Fourth important principle of Islam is Hajj. Like in Hinduism, we know that at least once in a lifetime, we have to go to Char Dham Yatra and visit the 12 Jyotirlings or the 12 Jyotirlings. In Islam, similarly, there's a principle that at least once in a lifetime, a person needs to go to Hajj. And the person who has completed his Hajj Yatra or Hajj pilgrimage is referred as Mustati. Again, a very important terminology. I repeat, the person who has completed his Hajj Yatra is referred as Mustati. Okay? And the fifth important principle, one should observe rigorous fasting during the holy month of Ramadan, and that is referred as Roza. So these are the 5 fundamental principles of Islam. So one such principle is zakat, and zakat, it's a tax that is collected from the rich Muslims. The money that is collected, it is utilized for the underprivileged section of the society. And then comes khum or khum. Now, what is khum or khum? Khum or khum is nothing but the booty that is looted in the war. Correct? I'll give you a very simple example. I have talked about this, that Alauddin Khilji had led a successful expedition to the region of Daulatabad. Whatever money that was being looted, it is divided into different parts. Usually 20% of it, specifically the money that has been looted, it goes into the personal treasury of Sultan. And 80% of the money, it is utilized for the administrative purposes. But during the time of Alauddin Khilji, it was completely reversed. 80% of the money went into the treasury of Alauddin Khilji. And 20% of the money was utilized for what purpose? It was utilized for administrative purposes. So these were the different kind of taxes. So Ushra, it was a kind of a tax that was imposed on Muslim peasants. Kharaj, it was a tax that was imposed on non-Muslim peasants. Then Zakat, it was a tax imposed specifically on rich Muslims. Jizya, religious tax imposed on non-Muslims. And Khum, that is nothing but booty that has been looted in the war. So these are the types of land and types of taxes. Now let's understand about the distribution system. Like suppose somebody is paying taxes in kind, not in cash, they are paying taxes in kind. Okay. Like suppose I'm not going to pay the taxes in cash, but I'll pay certain part of the yield that I have produced. So what kind of distribution is there for that kind of a system? Let's understand. Okay, I'll talk about the system, and that here, Khet Batai, Ras Batai, and Lank Batai. Batai. Batai, specifically, it's a Hindi word, which basically means Batana. Bata means distribution. Okay. So suppose I decide that I am going to pay specifically the yield specifically in the part of what? As a part of share. I won't be paying the money in cash in the form of taxes. Okay, so here suppose I have a what we say agricultural field. Suppose this is my agricultural field which is of 10 acres. It is divided into 4 parts, 2.5 acres each. Okay, now on the basis of standing crop, there would be distribution. Half, like 50% of the crop yield, it will directly go to the administration, and 50% it would be utilized for my personal consumption. So this is called as khet batai, distribution of the crops on the basis of standing crop. They have not been harvested as of yet. Okay, then comes ras batai, distribution of the crop on what basis? After the crops are harvested, then it is distributed. And then comes lank batai, the grains are separated from the chaff, and after that there is a distribution. That is called as lank batai. So these are the 3 important kinds of distribution of that time: khet batai, ras batai and lank batai. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section, yes or no. Khet batai, ras batai and lank batai. Yes, please. Okay, so please note down about this batai system. Khet batai, distribution on the basis of standing crop. Please note it down because it's important one. Distribution on the basis of standing crop. Yes, Joya, I'll repeat the taxes, don't worry. Okay, see, if I'm not paying the taxes in cash, but I'm paying the taxes in kind, so this is nothing but the distribution system. Suppose this is my agricultural field. Okay, on this I have a standing crop. The crops has not been harvested. Just by looking at my agricultural field, the administration will decide that this much part will come to the administration and this much part you can keep it for yourself. That is khet batai. Now the crop is harvested. After that there would be distribution. That is ras batai. And when the grains are separated from the chaff, after that there would be a distribution. This is lank batai. Is it clear now, Joya? And Mr. Peppermint, is it clear? Suppose this is a standing crop. On the basis of that, there is a distribution. That is khet batai. Now the crop is harvested. After that, there is a distribution. This is ras batai. Now the grains are separated, and then there is a distribution. That is lank batai. Is it clear, Mr. Peppermint and Joya, both? Okay, very good, Joya. What about you? Okay, please note down khet batai, distribution on the basis of standing crop. Distribution on the basis of standing crop. Ras batai, distribution after harvesting the crop. Distribution after harvesting the crop. Third one is lank batai, distribution after separating the grain. Distribution after separating the grain from the chaff. Okay. See, now as a part of architecture, you have to remember important places like Quwwatul Islam Mosque. It was being constructed by Qutbuddin Aibak, as we have seen that. The Qutub Minar construction was initiated by Qutbuddin Aibak. Then Adhai Din Ka Jhopada, it was constructed by Aibak. Okay. Then as we have seen Qutub Minar again by Aibak. Then Iltutmish, he had constructed the Qutub Minar, or he had completed the construction of Qutub Minar. Alai Darwaza, as the name itself speaks, it was being constructed by Alauddin Khilji. Alai Minar, Alauddin Khilji. Mahal Hazar Satoon, Alauddin Khilji. Haus Khas, Alauddin Khilji. Adilabad Fort, it was by whom? Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Tughlaqabad Fort, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. City of Agra, Sikandar Lodi. Is that clear? Gandak ki Bauli, it was constructed by Iltutmish. Okay, and Gandak ki Bauli was dedicated to whom? Sufi saint Kutubuddin Bhaktiar Kaki. So these are the important constructions that you have to remember from the factual perspective. Now there are different historians also, you have to remember about them. Okay. Yes, hi Ankit. Hello, how are you? Any question, any query, any doubt? Then, historians, literature and the coins. As we have spoken about the coins previously itself, that the coins of Muhammad Ghori have depiction of goddess Lakshmi on it. Okay. Then Alauddin Khilji, he has distributed lot many gold coins, and the coins of Alauddin Khilji were the first to bear the dates on them. Please note them down. And if you have noted, that's well and good enough. Okay. Then Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he had distributed more than, specifically, he had distributed like more than 25 variety of gold coins. Clear? Now let's understand about the different historians, their works. Sometimes a question probably can asked on them as well. Okay, Ankit ji, thank you. First of all, Amir Khusro. Amir Khusro, he was given the title of Tuti-e-Hind. Okay, by whom? Alauddin Khilji. Tuti-e-Hind means Parrot of India. And Alauddin Khilji had written different works such as Laila Majnu, Miftah-ul-Futuh and Tughlaq-Nama. Remember about this. Minhas-us-Siraj, he has written a book called as Tabaqat-e-Nasiri. Then Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta, as we have discussed previously, he was a Moroccan traveler in the court of whom? Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And he has written a book called as Safarnama Rihla or Kitab-ul-Rihla. So remember about this. Then there is a person referred as Al-Baruni. Okay, like Al-Baruni, he has written a book called as Kitab al-Hind or Kitab al-Tafhim. Important one. And Al-Baruni is called as father of Indology. He is called as father of comparative religions. Please note down. Al-Baruni is referred as father of Indology. He is referred as father of comparative religions. Okay. Ziauddin Barani, he has written a book called as Tarikh-e Firoz Shahi and Fatwa-e Jahandari. As the name itself speaks, Tarikh-e Firoz Shahi, it speaks about the reign of whom? Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And Hasan Nizami, he has written a book called as Taj-ul-Masir and Tarikh-e Mubarak Shahi. Okay. So specifically, these are the important historians and their literature. I've spoken about the coins. I've spoken about their administration. Hope so the point is clear. Okay. So guys, we'll take a short break of 10 to 15 minutes. It's a coffee break and then we will regather again. Okay. I'll just note it down here, a break. Okay. And then we'll regather and we'll continue till 7 o'clock, 7:15. Is that clear? Any question, any query, any kind of a doubt? Okay. So we'll take a short coffee break of 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, Arathia. Yes, regathered everyone. Yes, friends, regathered. Okay. So did you guys revise the ancient Indian history? Like I have already taken a marathon session approximately 5 to 6 months ago, 7 months ago. So did you guys revise the ancient Indian history? Because usually from ancient Indian history and medieval Indian history, you can expect approximately around 2 to 3 questions, maximum 4 questions. And these questions usually are based on terminologies. So there are a lot many questions on terminologies. You have to revise them. Okay? Because until and unless, see, terminologies to an extent are factual in nature. Like we have seen about the different historians, we have seen about the different constructions. Until and unless you memorize them, you won't be able to answer them in the examination. Okay? Yes, concepts you can remember for a longer duration of time. Clear? Now let's begin with the Bhakti movement. Any idea what is, like, who are Saguna Bhakti saint, who are Nirguna Bhakti saints, and where was the Bhakti movement of in the North India inspired from? Yes, Bhakti movement in the North India was inspired from the Bhakti movement in South India. Clear? Like specifically there are three important kind of sects: Shaivism, Vaishnavism and Shaktiism. Shaivism basically means worshippers of Lord Shiva. Vaishnavism basically means worshipper of Lord Vishnu, Ram or Krishna. And Shaktiism means worshippers of goddess Uma, Durga, Parvati ji, Lakshmi ji, Saraswati ji and so on. Correct? So specifically the worshippers of Lord Shiva in southern part of India were referred as Nayanars. On the other hand, the worshippers of Lord Vishnu in southern part of India were referred as Alvar. So Nayanars, terminologies are important again here. Nayanars are worshippers of Lord Shiva. On the other hand, Alvar, they are worshippers of Lord Vishnu. Correct? Now, the Bhakti saints in the northern part of India, they came from a diversified background. Like I'll give you a very simple example. Mirabai, she was a princess. Dhanna, he was a Jat peasant. Sen, he was a barber. Pipa, he was a Rajput prince. Kabir, he was a weaver. Correct? So they came from a diversified background. Apart from this, apart from focusing on bhakti, they also focused on different socio-religious reforms. They spoke about the different social evils that were prevalent in the society. Apart from this, they preached in the local language. Let me give you a very simple example. Narsingh Mehta, he had coined the term Harijan for the first time. Okay, the term Harijan was not coined by M.K. Gandhi. In fact, the term Harijan was coined by the medieval India Bhakti saint whose name was Narsingh Mehta. It was used by M.K. Gandhi in his Harijan campaign after the Pune Pact. Is that clear? So he used to preach in the local Gujarati language. Then Maithili Kavi Kokil, that is Vidyapati, he used to preach specifically in the local Maithili language that is prevalent in the region of Bihar. Tukaram ji, Jnaneshwar ji, okay, Namdev ji, they used to speak specifically in the Marathi language. Okay, so there, like specifically they chose the local language for preaching their ideas and perspectives. So there were different kind of Bhakti saints. So now these Bhakti saints, specifically speaking, are divided into two important groups: Sagun and Nirgun. Sagun believed that God has forms and attributes like human beings. On the other hand, Nirguna Bhakti saints believed that God is formless, without any attributes, without any form. So Dadu Dayal and Kabir ji, both of them were Nirguna Bhakti saints. On the other hand, Ramanand, Mirabai, then specifically Surdas ji, Raidas ji, all of them were what? Saguna Bhakti saints. So Saguna Bhakti saints believe that God has forms and attributes like human beings. On the other hand, Nirguna Bhakti saints did believe that God is formless and without any attributes. Clear? Now usually UPSC has a tendency to ask a question on the works done by the Bhakti saints. So let's understand about them. And you have to note them down as well. Okay. Ramananda ji. Ramananda ji, he was considered as the first Bhakti saint of North India. He was a disciple of Lord Ram and he spoke on the purity. He spoke on the piousness of the mind. Okay. Like until unless your thoughts are pious. Yes, perfect. Parmeet, Chaitanya ji. Yes, Chaitanya, he was a Bhakti saint from the region of Bengal. So until unless your thoughts are pious, you cannot expect that God is going to bestow his blessings on you. This was the belief of whom? Ramananda ji. Let me tell you a short story, an interesting story, although a hypothetical story, but with a very deep message. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a person, he used to eat a lot of food. And his parents were very worried about this, that we also have 3 daughters. We want them to get married. And you are not working. Okay. And you have a lot of food. So in such a situation, how will we marry them and how will we take care of the responsibility of the entire household? So go and earn first. And if you do not earn, we won't be serving you the food. He tried to find a job, but he did not get the job anywhere. So his parents removed him from the house. He goes to a temple and he meets one guru there. Okay. And when he goes to the temple, when he meets the guru, so guru was like, he was very happy. Guru said, yes, you can stay in the temple premises. Morning and evening, at both the time we have a feast. You can have the food at that time. Just you have to do one thing. You have to stand in the arti. He was very happy. Like his days were going very well. But then comes the day of Ekadashi. Okay. And on that day, the food was not served in the ashram. Now this person, he was very worried. If I do not eat food, I'll die. He goes to the guru and says, if I do not eat food, I'll die. Please do something. He said that this is the rule of the ashram. The food won't be cooked in the ashram. Okay, so you have to go outside and cook the food. He said, okay, I'll go outside and cook the food. Okay, so he was given the food and when he was leaving, so specifically the guru said to him that before eating or consuming the food, offer this to Lord Ram. He said, okay, I'll do that. He was a very simple person. He made the food and when he made the food, what happened? He thought that actually Lord Ram would be coming to have the food. So he made the food for 2 people. And he started calling Lord Ram. He was so pious. But when he started calling Lord Ram, he did not come. So after some time he said, are you coming or shall I have the food? It is the belief that Lord Ram came along with Goddess Sita. And now he was very worried. Instead of being happy that he has seen the God or he had got the darshan of the God, he was very annoyed. I have made food for 2 people and we are 3 people. So Lord Ram said, don't worry. You won't feel any shortage of food. Next Ekadashi comes, he says to the guru, next time, give me additional food because not only 1 god comes, 2 god comes here. Like guru felt that probably he might be hungry last time. So I'll give him additional grocery. Additional grocery was given to him. He prepared the food. This time, Lord Ram, Goddess Sita, Lakshman, Lord Hanuman, everyone came. Okay. Now this person, he got very annoyed and said to Lord Ram, my responsibility is to serve you the food, not your entire family. Lord Ram started laughing at that time. When he started leaving, he said, stop and please let me know at the next Ekadashi how many of you are coming. So Lord Ram said, don't worry about this. He demanded the food to the guru of at least 10 people for the next time. Now guru thought that this person is doing something wrong. He might be selling the grocery outside the ashram. He gave him the food, but he started following him. He did not make the food and called all the gods. And when all the gods came and they said, where is the food? He said, I haven't prepared the food. You prepare the food for me today. And the guru was very astonished. Who is this person speaking to? Because he could not see anyone. So immediately guru comes to this person. He said that, who are you speaking to? He said that I'm speaking to the God. See, this is God, Lord Ram, Lord Hanuman, Goddess Sita. He said, I cannot see them. So he asked Lord Ram, why aren't you visible to my guru? He said that you are a very pious-minded person and your guru is not that pious-minded. He said to the guru that you are not a pious-minded person. So here the simple crux of the story is piousness is the key to bhakti, irrespective of the bhakti, gurus or so on. So Ramananda ji, he focused on the piousness of thoughts. And Ramananda ji had different disciples, such as Kabir ji. He was a Nirguna Bhakti saint. He was one of the disciples of Ramananda ji. Okay, he was raised in a weaver family. And the compilation of the dohas or couplets of Kabir are referred as bijak. I repeat, the compilation of the dohas of Kabir are referred as bijak. Please note it down. Okay? The compilation of the dohas of Kabir or the couplets of Kabir are referred as bijak. Another Bhakti saint is Dadu Dayal. Okay, and Dadu Dayal, he is also the Nirgud Bhakti saint. The compilation of the verses of Dadu Dayal are referred as Bani. Please note it down. The compilation of the verses of Dadu Dayal are referred as Bani. And the compilation of the dohas and the couplets of Kabir Das Ji is referred as bijak. Is it clear? Then there are other Bhakti saints as well, such as Raidas Ji. Now Raidas Ji or Ravidas Ji, he was a cobbler. Dhanna, he was a Jat peasant. You need to note it down. I'll note it down here. Raidas or Ravidas was a cobbler. Sometimes a question can be asked in the form of match the following. On one side their occupation, on the other side the Bhakti saints. So be prepared for everything. Correct? It is always usually said, hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Correct? So Raidas Ji or Ravidas Ji, he was cobbler. Then Pipa was a Rajput prince. Narhari was a goldsmith. All these are Bhakti saints, okay? Narhari was a goldsmith. Dhanna was a Jat peasant, a farmer. Sadhana was a butcher. Sadhana was a butcher. Okay. So these are the important Bhakti saints. Coming back here, Mirabai. Clear? Now Mirabai, she was the princess, Sisodia princess. And she was disciple of Raidas Ji or Ravidas Ji, who was a cobbler. Okay. So just remember, she was disciple of Raidas Ji. So Guru of Mirabai was Raidas Ji. Okay. And like right from her childhood, she was like worshipper of Lord Krishna. In fact, when she got married and even after her husband's death, she did not leave the bhakti of Lord Krishna. And she is quite famous in the region of Braj region. Braj means the region of Mathura and Vrindavan. Her verses are quite famous in the region of Rajasthan as well. And the verses that are written by Mirabai Ji are referred as Padavali. So please note down, the verses of Mirabai Ji are referred as Padavali. It is factual in nature, but it is very, very important from the exam perspective. You can expect the questions on them. Clear? Then comes Tulsidas Ji. Tulsidas Ji, a very famous person. And there's a very beautiful story associated with Tulsidas Ji. Okay. Tulsidas' father's, his name was Atmaram Dubey. And when Tulsidas Ji was born, it is believed that he was considered as a cursed child. Why he was considered as a cursed child? Because immediately after his birth, his mother passed away. So at that time, his father, Atmaram Dubey, he consulted the astrologer of the entire village. And the astrologer said that he is a cursed child, immediately abandon him. And specifically, it is said that the lady who was doing the delivery, she had a pity on this small child and she adopted the child. But it is believed that 9 years later, the lady was bitten by a snake and she also passed away. And the lady's husband, he pushed Tulsidas Ji out of the home. And now here itself, he decided that he is not going to, he's not going to do anything. Simple words, he's not going to go at any place and so on. Okay, and he started staying in a temple. There was one saint who came to him and asked him, what's your name? He said, I don't know. He said, do you know the name of Lord Ram? He said, no. So from today onwards, your name is Ram Bola. and continuously you have to chant the name of Lord Ram. Okay, so he started chanting the name of Lord Ram. After some time, he goes to Varanasi, and at Varanasi specifically, he learns about the different Vedas, Shastras, and so on. Okay, after some time, he gets married to the daughter of Deen Bandhu Pathak, and it was a time of Holi. And this person, Tulsidas ji, he had went to a particular place to deliver a sermon, and his wife was at her place, okay, at her parents' place. When he comes to know that his wife is at her parents' place, the river was over flooded. He crossed the river by what we say, there was a dead body floating on the river. He sat on the dead body. Okay, he crossed the river to meet his wife. And when he goes to meet his wife said, how much attention that you are giving to me, if you have given that much of attention to Lord Ram, probably you might have got something called as nirvana or enlightenment. Immediately Tulsidas ji, he renounced everything and became a staunch devotee of Lord Ram. Tulsidas ji, he had compiled many works such as Ramcharitmanas. Okay, Ramcharitmanas, it is divided into 7 parts or 7 kands, such as Bal Kand, Aranya Kand, Lanka Kand, Sundar Kand. So all these are different parts of what? Ramcharitmanas. Apart from this, Tulsidas ji has also written different books such as Parvati Mangal, Sakhi Mangal, and Geetavali. So these are the important works of Tulsidas ji. So please note down. First one is Ramcharitmanas. Note it down along with me. Geetavali, Parvati Mangal, Sakhi Mangal. Okay, so these are the important works of Tulsidas ji. Okay, all these works are very, very important from the exam perspective, and you can expect questions on them. Clear? Then Surdas ji, he was specifically visually challenged. He could not see. He was blind. And Surdas ji, his compilations are different. Like he has written different compilations such as, or if he cannot see, the very first question is like, how did he write these compilations? Because he narrated these compilations and it was written by somebody else. So the works of Surdas ji includes Sur Sagar, Suravali, and Sahitya Ratna. Okay, and specifically speaking, Surdas ji, okay, he was disciple of whom? Lord Krishna and Goddess Radha. So he was disciple of Goddess Radha and Lord Krishna. So his important works include Sur Sagar, Suravali, and Sahitya Ratna. Okay, other Bhakti saints, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he played a very major role specifically in spreading Vaishnavism in the region of Assam. Okay, and in the region of Assam, in the village area specifically, you will observe the Namghar. Namghar are the sacred places where people gather and chant the name of Lord. Okay, so please note down Chaitanya Prabhu. Chaitanya Prabhu, Bhakti saint from the region of Bengal. Bhakti saint from the region of Bengal. Established Namghar in the region of Assam. And played a very major role in spreading Vaishnavism in the region of Assam. Narsingh Mehta. Narsingh Mehta, a Gujarati Bhakti saint. Gujarati Bhakti saint coined the term Harijan. Coined the term Harijan, that is people of the Lord. People of the Lord. Then Vidyapati. Bhakti saint from Mithilanchal, Bihar. A Bhakti saint from Mithilanchal, Bihar. Also referred as Maithili Kavi Kokil. Also referred as Maithili Kavi Kokil. Clear? Then Tukaram, Namdev, Jnaneshwar. Tukaram, Namdev ji, Jnaneshwar ji, and Ramdas ji. Please note down. Tukaram, Namdev, Ramdas ji. Bhakti saints from the region of Maharashtra. Most important point I am telling you. Ramdas ji, he was one of the gurus of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj ji. Okay? And Ramdas ji has written a book, and that book is referred as Das Bodh. Please note it down. Book written by Ramdas ji is referred as Das Bodh. It's a book on ethics. Is that clear? Now let's move ahead. Let's speak about Sufism. What is the meaning of the word Sufism? Any idea? What is the meaning of the word Sufism? And here there are many terminologies that you have to go through. Many terminologies. Okay. Direct question have been asked in examination. What is tasawwuf? What is ruh? What is sama? What is silsila? What is ziyarat? And so on. What is bashara? What is beshara? Okay. Prabneet, you say purity. Yes, to an extent purity. Okay. The word Sufism has been derived from the Arabic word suf. Suf basically means woolen clothes, and woolen symbolizes purity. So what used to happen? There were certain Sufi saints who used to travel from one place to the other, and they used to wear the woolen clothes during the winter seasons. So woolen cloth became one of the identity of these Sufi saints, and from there came the word Sufism. As we have discussed, there are 5 fundamental pillars of Islam. First one is La ilaha illallah and Muhammad or Rasul. Allah is one and his messenger is also one, that is Prophet Muhammad. Correct? Apart from this, this is nothing but one of the fundamental pillars. Second important pillar is offering namaz to Allah at least 5 times in a day. Observing roza, that is rigorous fasting during the holy month of Ramzan. Correct? Fourth important, zakat. Like whatever you are earning, at least 2 to 2.5% of that should be paid as a charity. And that would be utilized for the underprivileged section of the society. And the fifth one is at least once in a lifetime, you have to go to Hajj. That is Makkah and Medina. A person who has completed his Hajj pilgrimage or Hajj Yatra was referred as Mustati. Clear? So at that point of time, there were certain people, there were certain Sufi saints who believed in one thing, and that is simplicity of life. It is not necessary to offer namaz to Allah 5 times a day. It is not necessary to observe roza or rigorous fasting during the holy month of Ramzan until and unless your mind is pious. So Sufi saints, they had a very different belief, and they believed that service to humanity is service to God. Service to underprivileged section of the society is service to God. This was the belief of the Sufi saints. So their ideological perspective was very simple. Okay. So there were 2 kinds of Sufi saints, Bashara and Beshara. Bashara are those Sufi saints who are who are bound by the Islamic law. And Beshara are those Sufi saints who are not bound by the Islamic laws. Okay. They believed in the concept of Pir and Murid. Peer means teacher, murid means disciple. Who is going to talk about the simplicity of the religion? Who is going to talk about that service to humanity, service to God? The teacher. And it is the responsibility of the students or disciples to follow that. So the teacher was referred as peer and the disciples were referred as murid. Okay. So peer and murid are one of the central tenets of Sufism. Apart from this, they believed in different perspectives such as sama. Now what is sama? Sama is nothing but musical congregation. I'll give you a small example. In Hinduism, we follow a practice of bhajan and kirtan to appease the Lord. Similarly, in Islam, there is something called as musical congregation, which is referred as sama. In fact, in the coming years, the system of sama was being banned by different rulers. One such ruler was Alamgir Aurangzeb. He had completely banned the music in his court. In fact, Aurangzeb himself was fond of playing musical instrument called as veena. But still he had banned the sama. Sama means musical congregation. Apart from this, the hospice was constructed for these Sufi saints. And these hospice or ashram-like places where the Sufi saints used to stay was referred as khanka. Okay? So khanka is a hospice or a monastery of a Sufi saint where they used to stay. And their disciples used to visit the khanka. Okay? After the death of the Sufi saints, the disciples used to construct their tomb. And it is a responsibility of the disciple, it is a responsibility of the murid to visit the tomb of a Sufi saint at least once in a year. And that process is referred as ziyarat. Ziyarat means visiting the tomb of a Sufi saint. Okay? And there were different ideological perspectives of the different Sufi saints. And these ideological perspectives are called as silsila. Okay? Like Chishti Silsila Sufi saints have a different ideological perspective. Qadri Silsila, they have a different ideological perspective. Suharwardi Silsila, they have altogether a very different ideological perspective. So Silsila, it is correlated to the ideology. So there were different Silsila of the Sufi saints. So these are the important terminology. First terminology is Bashara and Beshara. Bashara means those who are bound by Islamic law. And Beshara, those who are not bound by the Islamic law. The Sufi saints were identified by the woolen clothes that they wore. So the word for identity is tasawwuf. I repeat, I'll note it down. Tasawwuf. This is nothing but the identity of these Sufi saints. Correct? Peer and murid are the simple tenets or the major principles or tenets of the Sufism. Peer means teacher, murid means disciple. They believed in the life of simplicity. They believed that service to humanity is service to God. Apart from this, they had their own monasteries, which is referred as khanka, that was being constructed by the murid, that is disciple. They believed in something called as sama. Sama is nothing but musical congregation. Apart from this, there were different ideological perspective or orders of Sufi saints. That is referred as silsila. Clear? And after the death of the Sufi saints, the murid construct their tomb. That is referred as dargah. And it is the responsibility of the murid to visit the tomb of their Sufi saint at least once in a year. And that process is referred as ziyarat. I repeat, that process is referred as ziyarat. Visiting the tomb of a Sufi saint. Clear? So these are the important terminologies. Please note them down. Okay, because if you don't note them down, you will forget it. Please note them down. Just note down the terminologies, write down arrow, and within a single word or a statement, we will note down it. So that it will become a quick revision for you guys. Is that clear? First, Suf. Suf. Suf means wool. Second. Very good, Joya. Second, tasawwuf. Identity. Bashara. Bashara. Those Sufi saints who are bound by Islamic laws. Beshara. Beshara. Those Sufi saints who are not bound by Islamic laws. Who are not bound by Islamic laws. Then Peer, teacher or master. Murid, disciple. Khanka. Khanka. Okay, Arathia already noted. Very good. But still I'll note for I'll dictate it for the others because those who haven't noted it down, they will note it down. Khanka, hospice. Mustati. A person who has completed his Hajj pilgrimage. A person who has completed his Hajj pilgrimage. Ziyarat. Ziyarat. Visiting the tomb of a Sufi saint. Visiting the tomb of a Sufi saint. That is ziyarat. Clear? Now let's understand about the Chishti Silsila Sufi saints and the Suharwardi Silsila Sufi saints. What is the major difference between Chishti Silsila and Suharwardi Silsila? One of the most important Chishti Silsila Sufi saint was Sheikh Muinuddin Chishti, and he came to India during the time of Muhammad Ghori, and he got settled in the region of Ajmer, and he passed away, he died in the region of Ajmer, and the tomb of Sheikh Muinuddin Chishti is located in Ajmer. Okay, so this was the first important saint, that is Muinuddin Chishti. Apart from this, there was another important Sufi saint of this order whose name was Baba Farid Uddin Ganj-e-Shakar, also referred as Baba Farid. So first important Sufi saint of this order was Muinuddin Chishti. Then another important saint was Baba Farid, also referred as Baba Fariduddin Ganj-e-Shakar. Then comes another important Sufi saint, that is Qutubuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. If you remember one point, we had learnt about this previously, that Qutubuddin Aibak initiated the construction of Qutub Minar, and it was dedicated to a Sufi saint whose name was Qutubuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. Okay, so he was also the saint of Chishti Silsila. Then another important saint of Chishti Silsila was Nizamuddin Auliya. Okay, and Nizamuddin Auliya ji, he is also referred as Mehboob-e-Illahi. Mehboob-e-Illahi basically means beloved of Allah. As we had seen, he had dissenting relations with Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, and he had cursed Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, and he had cursed the Tughlaqabad fort. Okay, now specifically speaking, Chishti Silsila Sufi saints, they were majorly active in the region of Delhi, Rajasthan and Western Gangetic Plain, certain parts of Deccan. Clear? They believed in something called as simplicity of life. Now these Sufi saints of Chishti Silsila are also called as Mukti, Wali or Fakir. Okay, because they believe that they should not have any kind of a property with them. They shouldn't have money with them. They believed in simplicity of life. The politics and religion are two different aspects. There shouldn't be any kind of intermingling between the politics and the religion. In fact, it is believed that Amir Khusro, if you visit the Dargah of Nizamuddin Auliya, in the Dargah complex, you will observe the tomb of Amir Khusro as well. Amir Khusro, who was one of the court historians of Alauddin Khilji. Okay, once upon a time, Alauddin Khilji wanted to meet Nizamuddin Auliya ji. And he asked Amir Khusro that please go and discuss with Nizamuddin Auliya that I want to meet him. So Nizamuddin Aulia said one thing, if any person wants to meet me, rather it be a sultan or a beggar, he comes to my khanka. And first of all, I am not ready to meet Alauddin Khilji. If Alauddin Khilji enters from the front door of my khanka, I will leave from the back door. That was a very derogatory and a humiliating insult for Alauddin Khilji. Correct? In fact, Nizamuddin Aulia's disciples were being insulted by Muhammad bin Tughlaq as well. So they believed in simplicity of life. They believed that there shouldn't be any kind of intermingling between the politics and the religion. Correct? And then comes Suharwardi Silsila. It was founded by Shahabuddin Suharwardi in Iraq, specifically Baghdad. And in India, it was spread by Bahauddin Zakaria. Now, the ideological perspective of Suharwardi was completely different from the ideological perspective of Chishti Silsila. Like Chishti Silsila, Sufi saints, they believe that in a life of simplicity. They did not believe in life of simplicity. They believed that Sufi saints should have a lot of power. Sufi saints should have money along with him. So they believed in something called as knowledge and money, both of them. Okay. And it is said that Bahauddin Zakaria was one of the richest Sufi saint of his time. After his death, like this order, Suharwardi Silsila was divided into two parts. One was at Ojha and the other one was at Multan. So one of his son, he took care of the branch at the region of Ojha, whose name was Badruddin Arif. But Badruddin Arif, unlike his father, he had a very different opinion. Like he had inherited 7 lakh tankas from his father. As we have discussed, Bahauddin Zakaria was one of the richest Sufi saint of his time. So approximately 7 lakh tankas he had inherited from his father. And he donated all of them. Because here his belief was the Sufi saint should live a very simple life. Because the life of a Sufi saint might be an idealistic life for somebody else. Is that clear? So these are the two important silsilas, Chishti Silsila and Suharwardi Silsila. Other silsilas, just go through them. Qadri Silsila, then just go through Naqshbandi Silsila. That's it. But the two important silsilas are Chishti and Suharwardi. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Yes, guys? Mughal administration, we'll discuss it later. Okay, very good. Very good, Brajesh, Joya, very good. Yes, what about the others? Shall we go for a quick question and answer round? Very good, Mr. Peppermint. Yes, Brajesh ji, Chishtis believed in living a life of simplicity, a simple life, a very simple life. Yes, guys, shall we go for a small question and answer round? Okay, please try and answer very fast, okay? Because within next 1 hour, we'll try to complete the Mughals part and the Marathas part. See, I have discussed previously itself that in today's session, we are going to cover Delhi Sultanate, the 5 important dynasties of Delhi Sultanate, administration of Delhi Sultanate, Bhakti movement, Sufism, Mughals, administration of Mughals, Marathas, administration of Marathas. As a part of the, what we say, medieval Indian history marathon session part 2, therein I would be discussing in quite depth and detail again about the Vijayanagara kingdom, Bahmani kingdom and certain regional kingdoms and later Mughal rulers. That session won't be much lengthier. It would be a 2 hours session. Okay. Yes, Mr. Peppermint, we will cover certain aspects of Marathas specifically related to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Ji. Is that clear? Very good, Pawan, Arathia, Brajesh Ji. Yes, please answer fast. Parvati Mangal and Sakhi Mangal are the work of which Bhakti saint? Fast. Parvati Mangal and Sakhi Mangal are the works of which Bhakti saint? Very fast. Very good, Joya. Pawan, Brajesh. It is of Tulsidas ji. Yes. Next question. Which Bhakti saint is also referred as Maithili Kavi Kokil? Which Bhakti saint is also referred as Maithili Kavi Kokil? Fast. It's Vidyapati. Yes, very good, Johnson. Brajesh, Joya, Pawan, Mr. Peppermint, very good. Okay. Third important question. The compilation of the couplets or dohas of Kabir ji are referred as, and this question has been asked in UPSC Prelims examination. The compilation of doha or couplets of Kabir Das ji are referred as. Very good, Mr. Peppermint. Vidyapati, Johnson. Perfect. Brajesh, Arathia, perfect. Bijak. Very good, very good, very good. Bijak. Two more questions and then I'll begin with the Mughal Empire. And we'll continue for next 40 minutes with Mughal Empire, 30 to 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Two more questions. Last question. The term Harijan was coined by medieval India Bhakti saint. Name him. Yes, name him. Yes, perfect, Joya. Bani of Dadu Dayal. Yes. Fast. Perfect, Joya. It's Narsim Mehta. Perfect, Mr. Peppermint. Pawanji, very good. Very good, very good. And the last important question, the compilation Das Bodh is written by whom? The compilation Das Bodh is written by whom? Fast. It's written by, just we have spoken about this. He was one of the gurus, spiritual gurus of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Ji. Ram Das Ji is the answer to this. Okay. Now let's consider and let's understand about Zahiruddin Muhammad Babur. Now, Babur, okay, just listen to me carefully. Babur, it's a Persian word, and Babur basically means tiger. Okay, now Babur, he was born at a place called as Fargana, which is located in Uzbekistan. And his father, he passed away approximately when he was just 12 to 14 years of age. And at the very young age, he assumed the leadership and he got Fargana from his father. But after some time, due to internal squabble among the nobles, he had to give away Fargana. And he came to the region of Kabul and he got settled in the region of Kabul. From 1517 itself, Babur had an eye over the region of India and he was waiting for a chance to attack on India. And in 1526, he got that chance in the form of First Battle of Panipat. As discussed previously, the last ruler of Lodi dynasty was Ibrahim Lodi. Okay, Behlol Lodi, he was a very intelligent and diplomatic minister. Same was Sikandar Lodi, not minister, the rulers. But here, Ibrahim Lodi was a very aggressive ruler. He used to humiliate the people openly in front of everyone. In fact, he used to humiliate his nobles and ministers in the court itself. And so there were many nobles or there were many ministers who were angry with this attitude of Ibrahim Lodi. One such person was governor of Punjab, whose name was Daulat Khan Lodi. Another such person was Alam Khan. He was uncle of Ibrahim Lodi. All of them invited Babur to invade India. And specifically, First Battle of Panipat, it was fought between Babur and Ibrahim Lodi. Now, the very first question arises here is, Babur had a small force of 15 to 20,000. On the other hand, Ibrahim Lodi had a force of 1 lakh to 1,10,000. But still, how Babur was successful in the first battle of Panipat? Okay, the very basic thing here was Babur had deployed one technique, and that technique is called as Tuluguma technique or Rumi technique. Okay, now what is Tuluguma technique or Rumi technique all about? Let's understand. I have talked about this technique in quite depth and detail when I have covered the series of medieval Indian history. Like approximately there are 30 to 40 lectures on medieval Indian history as a part of YouTube. The aspirants, those who are new to the platform, they can go through these sessions. Okay, and these sessions are quite lengthy. They are oriented from the prelims and mains perspective both. Today's session is just from the perspective of prelims examination. Okay, so what is Tuluguma technique all about? Let's understand. Okay, suppose this is the forces of Ibrahim Lodi. And these are the forces of Babur. Okay, what did Babur do? Like he had dug a huge ditch here, first thing, which was approximately 2 to 3 feet. Just behind that, there were different bullock carts. Okay, these bullock carts were what we say attached with the help of a leather belt, and this leather belt is referred as arba. And this Rumi technique or Tuluguma technique is also referred as arba system. And just behind this leather belt, there were cannons. And soldiers were standing here. The army unit of Babur was divided into different parts. One was the left part, other one was the right part. The other one was the advanced part here as well. And in the center was Babur. Okay. So what used to happen? Just behind these bullock carts, which were held with the help of a leather belt, there were cannons. So cannons were being fired. And when cannons were being fired, what used to happen? The elephants used to get confused. One of the most important things that we need to remember is, whenever elephants are used in the battlefield, what happens? And when the elephants get confused, they get annoyed, they get infuriated, they start trembling down their own men. By the sounds used by the cannon, what used to happen? These elephants got annoyed and they started trembling down their own men. And when these men were being crushed, the forces from the advanced and the left side and right side started attacking the forces of Ibrahim Lodi. And this technique is called as Tuluguma technique or Rumi technique or Arba system. In fact, Babur had learned this technique in Battle of Transoxiana or Battle of Sarai Pul, which was fought with whom? Saibani Khan. Although Babur had lost that battle, but still he had learnt that technique. Okay. Apart from this, Babur had a breed of camel which is referred as Zamburak, and Zamburak used to carry heavy artillery on its back. Apart from this, Babur was the first Muslim ruler to use gunpowder in India. Okay, I did not say Babur was the first to use gunpowder. I said Babur was the first Muslim ruler to use the gunpowder. In fact, Vijayanagara rulers used the gunpowder for the first time. Is that clear? So this was nothing but the first battle of Panipat that was fought between Babur and Ibrahim Lodi. Then there is another battle which is hidden within the books of history, and that is Battle of Bayana that was fought in 1527. Bayana, it's a place located near Agra, and Battle of Bayana was fought between Babur and Rana Sangaji of Mewar. And in this battle, Rana Sangaji of Mewar emerged victorious. Babur had fled away from the region of Bayana. In the same year in 1527, another battle was fought, that is Battle of Khanwa near Agra. This battle was fought between Rana Sangaji of Mewar and Babur. And in this battle, again Babur emerged victorious. Then the third important battle, it was fought in 1528. And that is called as Battle of Chanderi. Chanderi, it is an extension of Malwa. As we have seen, Malwa, it is located in western part of Madhya Pradesh. So its extension is Chanderi. You might have heard about Chanderi, saris and so on. Correct? So, precisely speaking, it is believed that Battle of Chanderi was fought between Babur and Medini Rao, in which Medini Rao was defeated. Then the fourth battle was Battle of Ghagra, which was fought in 1529 between Muhammad Lodi. He was one of the brothers of Ibrahim Lodi, and Babur. And in all the four battles, Babur emerged victorious. Now, Babur hardly had the time that he could consolidate all his conquest. And he died at the age of 47, leaving the administration in the hands of one of his sons, whose name was Humayun. Okay? Babur has never constructed Babri Masjid. Babri Masjid was constructed by one of the military commanders of Babur, not by Babur. And the name of the military commander of Babur was Mir Baqi. He had constructed the famous Babri Masjid. Is that clear? Babur had constructed two mosques. One mosque he had constructed at Panipat, and the second mosque he had constructed at a place called as Sambhal. Panipat, it is located in Haryana. Sambhal, it is located in UP. Babur had written his own biography in Turkish language, and that biography is Tughlaq-e-Babri. I repeat, Tughlaq-e-Babri was the biography of whom? Babur. And it was written in which language? It was written in Turkish language. Is that clear? So this is all majorly about Babur. So what you have to remember, 1526, Battle of Panipat, first Battle of Panipat. 1527, Battle of Bayana and Battle of Khanwa. 1528, Battle of Chanderi between Babur and Medini Rao. 1529, which one? Battle of Ghagra. All these battles he emerged victorious. Mir Baqi had constructed the famous Babri Masjid. It was not constructed by Babur. Babur had constructed two mosques, one at Panipat, other at Sambhal. He has written his own biography in Turkish language, and it was referred as Tughlaq-e-Babri. Babur had initiated one system which was seen in the Mughal gardens in the coming years, and that system is referred as Char Bagh system. So please remember about the system, Char Bagh system. Like I'll give you a very simple example. Okay. Suppose this is a Mughal palace. This is the gateway. So the path will go in this manner. Here you will find a fountain, and this fountain is referred as Shalimar. Okay. And just like this is the path, one has to go through this path and then he can enter into the Mughal palace. Correct. Now here it is divided into four parts, and here you will observe gardens. And this is referred as Char Bagh, and this system is called as Char Bagh system that was initiated by Babur. Okay. So is the point clear? Please let me know. See, Battle of Bayana was fought between Nizam Khan and Rana Sangha. Nizam Khan was one of the representatives of Babur. Is that clear? He wanted to acquire the fort of Agra and the region of Agra, and specifically the Bayana fort. So Nizam Khan, he had allied with Babur. So he became one of the representatives of Babur. Is that clear? Who had asked this? Arathia? Okay, so this is majorly about Babur. Hope the point is clear. Okay. Okay. Very good, Arathia. Now let's speak about Humayun. See, it is not necessary that a person needs to be more literate to be a successful ruler. One of the finest examples in Delhi Sultanate was Alauddin Khilji. Among all the major rulers of Delhi Sultanate, Alauddin Khilji was least educated. But as per historian, he was one of the most diplomatic and successful rulers of Delhi Sultanate. On the other hand, Muhammad bin Tughlaq was most educated. He was highly educated. But everyone knows about him. He was referred as a wise fool. Correct? Similarly here, Akbar was considered as the least educated. He was not that educated in comparison to the other Mughal rulers. But still, he was considered as the most successful ruler of the entire Mughal empire. On the other hand, Humayun was considered as one of the most, educated person. But still, it is believed that Humayun was not that successful. The word Humayun, it's a Persian word, and Humayun basically means fortunate enough, a person who is quite lucky. But when you hear about Humayun, you'll come to know about one thing. He is considered as one of the most unluckiest ruler, most unfortunate rulers of the entire Mughal empire. Why? Because during the time of Humayun, from 1540 to 1555, there was political vacuum of the Mughals in India, because there was establishment of another dynasty under the leadership of Farid, also referred as Sher Khan. And that dynasty was Sur dynasty. Is that clear? Specifically speaking, Humayun, it is said that when Babur was on his deathbed, correct? So he had 4 sons, Humayun, Kamran, Asghar and Hindal. And Babur knew one thing, Babur hardly had the time to consolidate the empire or the conquest that he had made. Okay, and he had lavishly distributed the wealth among the nobles and ministers. So Humayun had to face a lot of financial crisis, first thing. Humayun had to get all the ministers on his side. Apart from this, Humayun also need to distribute the kingdom between his brothers. Because Babur, when he was 47 years of age and when he was on his deathbed, he had informed Humayun that in case if you brothers fight, at the end, who will gain the things? The other people will gain the things. And you people would be at the receiving end. So distribute the kingdom peacefully among yourself. So certain, like one of the brothers, Kamran, he went to the region of Kabul. Asghar and Hindal, they were in India, and certain part were given to them specifically around the region of Gujarat and Malwa. And Humayun became the Mughal emperor. But still, the Afghans' threat was lingering. And at that point of time, there was a person whose name was Farid, also referred as Sher Khan. He was continuously attacking the region of Purvanchal, that is Bihar and eastern part of UP. For the very first time, Humayun, he defeated him. Okay, but later on, there were few successive battles that were fought. That is Battle of Chausa around 1539 and around 1540, Battle of Kannauj or Biligram. In both the battles, Humayun was defeated by Sher Khan. In fact, it is said that in 1539, when Battle of Chausa was fought, Humayun fled away from the battlefield. He moved to the region of western UP in Kannauj. And this was known to whom? Sher Khan or Sher Shah Suri. And Sher Shah Suri immediately sent his troops and forces to the region of Kannauj. Another battle was fought. That is Battle of Kannauj or Battle of Biligram. And this time Humayun was again defeated and Humayun had to flee to the region of Sindh. Humayun fled away to the region of Sindh and there was establishment of another dynasty in the northern part of India, which was referred as Sur dynasty. Okay, Sur dynasty, it was founded by Sher Khan, also referred as Sher Shah Suri. His original name was Farid Khan. It is said that he followed a policy of expedition and he had conquered the different parts of northern India. Okay, it is said that he had conquered different parts of northern India, but unfortunately around 1545, while besieging the fort of Kalinjar, there was accidental blast of gunpowder. And due to this, Sher Shah Suri also passed away. Okay, but Sher Shah Suri, apart from the expeditions, military expeditions that he had led, he had also done many administrative works. Like he knew one thing, that until and unless we promote trade and commerce, we cannot expect the higher taxes from the people. So what did he do? He had constructed important highways. Is it clear? The famous Grand Trunk Road. At that time, it was called as Sadak-e-Azam. The name Grand Trunk Road was given by the Britishers. Specifically, the Governor General Lord Auckland, he gave the name Grand Trunk Road. But it was constructed by Sher Shah Suri. Britishers in the coming year have come up with the land revenue system, such as Zamindari system, Rayatwari system and Mehelwari system. In Zamindari system, what did Britishers do? Britishers directly did not collect the revenue from the peasants or the farmers. There was a Zamindar who was acting as a middleman. Very simple words. Britishers used to collect the Zamindar used to collect the revenue from the peasant, keep his commission and give the additional revenue to the Britishers. 89% of the revenue went to the Britishers. But as a part of Rayatwari system, what happened? Britishers directly collected the revenue from the cultivators or the farmers. And here, the land was classified into 3 important categories. Highly fertile land, and the taxes on this land was very high, approximately 60 to 66%. Then average land, the taxes was 50 to 55%. And the barren land, the taxes was approximately 40 to 45%. I'm speaking about the time of Britishers. Okay. But the genesis of Rayatwari system goes back to the time of Sher Shah Suri. Is that clear? Like Sher Shah Suri, it is believed that he had classified the land into three important categories: good, middling, and barren. And on that basis, on the basis of quality of the soil, on the basis of productivity, the peasants were taxed. So the genesis of the Rayatwari system during the time of the Britishers, it goes back to the Sher Shah Suri. So he had constructed important highways for promoting trade and commerce. He directly collected the revenue from the peasants on the basis of quality of the soil. Apart from this, Sher Shah Suri, he has introduced modern day rupiah, the silver coin that we have. So this invention goes to whom? Sher Shah Suri. So he has introduced modern day rupiah. Is that clear? We had seen about the Alauddin Khilji. That Alauddin Khilji, he coveted upon Rani Padmini, who was the queen of Chittorgarh and wife of Raja Raval Ratan Singh Ji. Correct? And so he attacked the region of Chittorgarh and treacherously killed whom? Treacherously killed Alauddin Khilji. After that, Rani Padmini along with thousands of other women of Chittorgarh committed Johar. That is self-immolation. And this entire episode has been mentioned in a book called as Padmavat. And the book Padmavat was written by Malik Muhammad Jayasi. And the book is written in Awadhi language. I repeat, the book is written in Awadhi language. And it was written down during the time of whom? Sher Shah Suri. So please remember, the book Padmavat, written by Malik Muhammad Jayasi in Awadhi language, was written down during the time of Sher Shah Suri. Is that clear? Now, after the death of Sher Shah Suri, there were weak successors. And around 1555, this was seen as one of the best opportunities by Humayun to again re-establish the Mughal Empire in India. Now, we have seen around 1540, 1541. What happened? Humayun had fled away to the region of Sindh. What was Humayun doing? Like Humayun, it is said that he had taken asylum in the court of Rana Prasad, the Hindu dynasty ruler. He had worked as a noble for them. Okay? Then specifically here he had married Hamida Banu Begum. And after getting married to Hamida Banu Begum, what happened? Precisely speaking, he had a son named as Akbar. And continuously this person, Humayun, he used to live in exile. Finally, he takes help from the ruler of Central Asia. Okay, but the ruler of Central Asia puts one condition in front of him. I will only help you against the Sur dynasty if you are ready to accept Shia religion. Because the Mughals are usually Sunni, but he said, yes, I will accept the Shia religion. So he accepted Shia. Again, with the help of the ruler of Central Asia, he attacked India. And in 1555, there was re-establishment of Mughal Empire in India. In the evening time, he was sitting in the library. Okay, and after offering namaz, he was coming down and he fell from the staircases of library. And there was accidental death of Humayun due to the downfall from the steps of library. It is said that the life story of Humayun or the biography of Humayun is referred as Humayun Nama. And Humayun Nama was written by his own sister, whose name was Gul Badan Begum. I repeat, Gul Badan Begum. So this is all about Humayun and Sher Shah Suri. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Yes or no? Yes, perfect, Joya. Yes, Arathia, you're welcome. Yes, Padmavat, Malik Muhammad Jayasi. Perfect. Yes, Arathia, perfect. Gul Badan Begum, sister of Humayun. Okay. Very good. Arathia, Mr. Peppermint, very good. Now let's speak about Akbar. Now Akbar, it's a very important one because there can be questions. In fact, in 2025, there was a question in the mains examination on Akbar. Okay, if you observe my video on what we say YouTube itself about medieval Indian history in StudyIQ English playlist, just Akbar, his expeditions, his Rajputana expeditions, his policies, I have taken a session of 2 hours. But here, as a part of prelims, we'll cover Akbar within just 10 to 15 minutes. And we'll just focus on the important points. Is that clear? Now let's understand about Jalaluddin Muhammad Akbar, who was considered as one of the most liberal rulers of the Mughal Empire. Okay. And it is said that he is also referred as the architect of the Mughal power. Why? And what was the policy adopted by Akbar towards Rajputs? We will throw light on that as well. As discussed previously, that Humayun, he fell from the staircases of the library and he died. At that time, Akbar, he was at a place called as Kalanor, Gurdaspur in Punjab. And he was ready to fight a battle with Hemu. And that was second battle of Panipat, which was fought between Akbar and Hemu. And Akbar was just 14 years of age at that time. Okay. Although Akbar was there on the battlefield, but the main battle was fought by his regent, whose name was Bairam Khan. Now, Bairam Khan, there are 2 to 3 important peoples that you need to understand. Bairam Khan, Mahama Anga, Adam Khan. So Bairam Khan, he was working as a regent, that is Raj Pratinidhi for Akbar. In fact, he was very loyal towards his father Humayun as well. Okay. So Bairam Khan, he held a very different position in the life of Akbar. And in fact, the second battle of Panipat, which was fought in 1556, it was fought between Bairam Khan and Hemu. But since Akbar was a Mughal emperor, it is referred as Akbar versus Hemu. Now, it is believed that he used to train Akbar in the diplomatic affairs, he used to train Akbar in the military strategies and so on. But with the passage of time, Akbar observed one thing, that this person, Bairam Khan, is trying to garner the support of ministers and nobles. So probably he might have an eye on the position of the Sultan or the position of the Badshah, Mughal emperor. Correct? So what did he do? Akbar by now, he has grown up, he is intelligent, he is courageous, he has a valor. So what did he do? He immediately asked Bairam Khan to retire to the region of Hajj. Go to Hajj Yatra, okay, and retire from your job. And at that particular point of time, when he was going to Hajj Yatra, he was killed on the way. So this was the role of Bairam Khan. Now, who was Mahama Anga? Mahama Anga was a foster mother of Akbar. As discussed previously, Akbar was born to Humayun and Hamida Bano Begum. But Humayun, he continuously lived in exile. So, specifically speaking, he was being raised by a foster mother whose name was Mahama Anga. Okay, and Mahama Anga also had one more son whose name was Adam Khan. So, he becomes the foster brother of Akbar. Correct? In fact, he has also led many expeditions on behalf of Akbar. Like Akbar, the region of Gujarat and Malwa. A very simple example I'll give you. Gujarat and Malwa are strategically important. As discussed previously, Gujarat being a coastal state, it has a lot of vibrant trade. And Malwa, it is a gateway to South India. It opens a door of South India. So both Gujarat and Malwa are strategically very, very important. Correct? So Akbar, he had sent an expedition under Adam Khan and different other military governors to the region of Gujarat. And he conquered the region of Gujarat. And to commemorate his victory over Gujarat, he had constructed a city called as Fatehpur Sikri, which is 55 to 60 kilometers away from Agra. In fact, to commemorate his victory, at the entrance door of the city Fatehpur Sikri, he had constructed Buland Darwaza. So a very important point I am telling you. To commemorate his victory over Gujarat, Akbar had constructed a city referred as Fatehpur Sikri, which is approximately 55 to 60 kilometers away from Agra. And at the entrance gate of the city, he had constructed Buland Darwaza. Okay. Then Akbar had also conquered the region of Malwa from its ruler Baz Bahadur. Okay. Like I'll give you a very simple example, and there is a very beautiful story about Baz Bahadur and Rani Roopmati. Rani Roopmati, she was actually a shepherdess and she was very beautiful, very beautiful. Okay. Once upon a time, Baz Bahadur, he goes into the jungle for hunting. and he hears a very beautiful sound of a flute being played. And he starts moving in the direction of that sound. And when he comes here, he observes that a shepherdess, she is playing that flute. Okay. And she was very pretty. So immediately he proposes her for marriage. But she said, I am a shepherdess. You are a sultan. That doesn't suit you. He said, I am ready for it. But are you ready for it or not? Please let me know. She said that I am ready for it, but under only one condition. I want the water of the river Narmada to be channelized into my palace. This was accepted by Baz Bahadur. And it is said that Baz Bahadur, he had constructed a, what we say, kund. He had constructed a specifically pool that is referred as Riva Kund in Mandu. Mandu, it is also referred as city of joy. Okay. It is located in Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh. So he had constructed a Riva Kund just for his wife Rani Roopmati. And now Akbar had dispatched his foster brother Adam Khan to conquer the region of Malwa. Initially, Baz Bahadur, he fought valiantly, but he fled away from the battlefield. And when he fled away from the battlefield, Adam Khan wanted to forcibly marry his wife, whose name was Rani Roopmati. Now, Rani Roopmati, it is believed that she consumed poison and she also committed Jauhar. She also died. Like this act of Adam Khan, Akbar comes to know about this. And Akbar was already very angry with Adam Khan. Already. Okay. Later on, this person, Baz Bahadur, who had fled away from the battlefield, he was made as a Mansabdar in the court of Akbar. Okay. Now, Adam Khan, this person, like it is said that although he was a foster brother of Akbar, like it is believed that he used to insult anyone. He had killed one of the important ministers who was very closely associated with Akbar. Second time, like it is believed that because of his act, Rani Roopmati, she had to commit suicide. Now, this point of time, Akbar got very angry. So he threw this person, Adam Khan, from the first floor of his palace. Again, that person was brought up. Again, he was thrown from the first floor of the palace until unless he died. Okay. After some time, Mahama Anga, who was his foster mother, she became very ill because her son, Adam Khan, has passed away. And after some time, she also passed away. And the tomb of Adam Khan and Mahama Anga are located close to each other. Okay. Apart from this, Gujarat and Malwa, Akbar had conquered the region of Gondwana from Rani Durgavati and her son Veer Narayanji. Clear? Then Akbar had adopted a very different policy towards Rajputs. And for Rajputs, he had adopted a policy of matrimonial alliances. I have also spoken about this when we have seen in the ancient India. Okay, it is not necessary that you continuously fight battles to expand your kingdom. You can also enter into the policy of matrimonial alliances. And we had seen that in Magadh Empire. Correct? Like specifically speaking, at that time, Magadh Empire was very powerful. So the Kosla dynasty ruler, Prasenjit, he had married his sister, Kosla Devi, to Bimbisar. Why? Because since Magadh was very powerful, Magadh has now become their relative. And Magadh will not attack on them, first thing. And if Magadh is powerful and you have become the relative of Magadh, who will attack on you? So that was a dual advantage. So matrimonial alliances is one of the policies to strengthen your position. In the coming years, Britishers will adopt that. Do you know one important fact? Bombay was under Portuguese. And Portuguese Princess Catherine Braganza, she was married to Prince Charles II of England. And the entire region of Bombay was given in dowry to Prince Charles II. And Prince Charles II gave the region of Bombay at a rent of £10 per annum to English East India Company. So that was the power of matrimonial alliances. Correct? So Akbar had adopted a very different approach, a very different policy towards Rajputs. Because Rajputs were known for their valor and courage. And it was not easier for Akbar to fight with Rajputs. Okay. So majority of the Rajput rulers, they had entered into the policy of matrimonial alliances with Akbar. And the first person was Raja Bharmal. But there was one ruler who was not ready to accept the suzerainty of Akbar. And he was Maharana Pratap Ji. Okay. Akbar had tried to convince him many times. Like it is believed that Akbar had sent delegations to Maharana Pratap Ji 9 to 10 times. Okay, and he said that, like he said, Maharana Pratap ji, you are free to carry on your own administration without any kind of Mughal interference. But it would be under the Mughal flag. And this was not at all acceptable to the ruler of Chittor, Maharana Pratap ji. So every time the delegations came, Maharana Pratap ji realized one thing. If I'm sending back the delegations, I'm inviting a battle with Akbar. And now battle became inevitable. So in 1576, the famous battle of Haldi Ghati was fought between the forces of Akbar and Maharana Pratap ji. Now Maharana Pratap ji was also assisted by the member of Bhil community. Okay, if you observe the flag of the Rajputs, if you observe the flag of Maharana Pratap ji, you will come to know about one thing. On one side of the flag, there is a Rajput warrior. On the other side of the flag is the specifically whom? A Bhil warrior. So Bhils have always been supportive to Maharana Pratap ji against the Mughals. Always. So at that particular point of time, what had happened? Maharana Pratap ji, he was being like, there was a battle fought between both of them. Initially, at the initial stage of the battle, Maharana Pratap ji was successful. Okay. But after some time, Maharana Pratap ji's horse got injured, and in fact, to an extent, Maharana Pratap ji also got injured. And they moved away from the battlefield. There was a river referred as Banas River, and it is approximately 10 to 15 feet river. The horse, he took a leap and crossed the river so that his master could be saved. And the books of history has written one thing, Battle of Haldi Ghati was a conclusive battle in favor of Akbar. This is a partial truth. My friends, again in 1582, there was another battle that was fought between the forces of Akbar and Maharana Pratap. And this battle again is hidden within the books of history. This battle is referred as Battle of Dever. On one side were the forces of Akbar, on the other side was Maharana Pratap ji and his son Maharana Amar Singh. It is said that there is a person whose name is Shah. He is also called a savior of Mewar because he had assisted financially and providing military support to the Maharana Pratap ji. Clear? So Battle of Dever, here it was fought on Vijayadashmi on the day of Dashera, and the Mughal forces were being defeated. In fact, after Battle of Haldi Ghati, Mughals had conquered 36 regions. And in fact, they had developed 36 Mughal posts. All of them have been reoccupied by Maharana Pratap ji. So this is about the major expeditions led by Akbar. So first important one was Battle of Panipat, second Battle of Panipat, Akbar versus Hemu, 1556. Then conquering of the region of Gujarat, construction of the city of Fatehpur Sikri, construction of Buland Darwaza. Then he conquered the region of Gondwana from Rani Durgavati and his son Veer Narayanaji. Okay. Then Akbar fought Battle of Panipat in Battle of Haldi Ghati in 1576, and it was fought between Akbar and Maharana Pratap ji. Is that clear? So these were the military expedition. Now let's understand about the religious policy of Akbar. In comparison to the other Mughal rulers, Akbar, he believed in something called as religious syncretism. Simple words, he was to an extent liberal-minded person. Why? Because majority of the wives of Akbar were Rajput princes. So he had developed a different attitudes. Okay? So the most important aspect that we need to understand here is, at a place called as Fatehpur Sikri, Akbar had started Ibadat Khana. And here, the people and the scholars from different religions used to come. Jain scholars, then specifically Christian scholars, Hindu scholars, Islamic scholars, and religious discussions were held in Ibadat Khana. And then cropped up a new religion, and that new religion is referred as Din-e-Illahi. Okay? Din-e-Illahi specifically was the new religion, which was based on liberal principle. And Akbar had issued Mazhar-Nama. Mazhar-Nama basically means one thing, there shouldn't be any kind of a discrimination on the basis of religion. And if there is a discrimination on the basis of religion, on the basis of caste, okay, what will happen? The government will take, the administration will take a strict action against you. Okay, this is nothing but Din-e-Illahi. Apart from this, the disputes can be solved peacefully as well. So for that, he started Sulah-e-Kul. I repeat, he started Sulah-e-Kul. That is peace for all. In fact, when he issued Mazharnama, fatwa was issued against him. Clear? The first person to join Din-e-Illahi was Mahesh Das ji. He is oftenly referred as Birbal, and he was one of the Navratnas in the court of Akbar. Is that clear? So, Din-e-Illahi, Sulah-e-Kul, Mazharnama, that was started by whom? Akbar. Is that clear? Apart from this, it is believed that during the time of Akbar, he had completely banned sati. He had banned the jizya system. And we have discussed the jizya tax was a tax that was levied on non-Muslims. So Akbar had completely banned what? The jizya system. Is that clear? Then let's talk about the Mansabdari system. Now Akbar had started the Mansabdari system. Clear? Now what is Mansabdari system all about? Now Mansabdari system was based on the rank. Now suppose there is a person whose rank is Mansabdar of 500. Okay? And he has been chosen as a Mansabdar. In very simple words, if his rank is 500, it simply means that he has to maintain 500 cavalrymen under him plus 1000 horses. If somebody's rank is 1000, he has to maintain 1000 cavalrymen under him and 2000 horses. Okay? So this system is called as Mansabdari system, and this system was adopted from Mongolia. Is that clear? Judiciary was not the part of Mansabdari system, and there were three kinds of Mansabdar. One is Umra, whose rank was below 500, Amir, whose rank was 500 to 2500, and Amir-e-Azam, whose rank was 2500 and above. Clear? And Duhaspa-Sihaspa system was followed later on by Jahangir, who is also called as Nuruddin Muhammad Salim, one of the sons of Akbar. What is Duhaspa-Sihaspa? Duhaspa means 2 horses. Sihaspa means 3 to 4 horses. Correct? Like here what we have observed. Every Mansabdar, suppose his rank is 500. So what will happen? He will maintain 500 cavalrymen under him and 1000 horses. So it is a Duhaspa. But as a part of Sihaspa, what happens? 3 to 4 horses every cavalryman will maintain. And that was later on initiated by Jahangir. Is that clear? So Akbar had started the famous Mansabdari system. Okay. During the time of Akbar, the land was categorized into 4 important categories. In fact, you can say that Akbar had further revised the reforms that was introduced by Sher Shah Suri. Like as we had seen, like during the time of Sher Shah Suri, the land was categorized into 3 important categories. That is, land which was highly fertile had to pay higher tax. The land which was average, it had to pay a medium tax. And the land which was barren, they had to pay a very less tax. Isn't that so? Similarly, specifically speaking, here the land was categorized into 4 important categories: Polaj, Parauti, Chachar, and Banjar. Polaj means highly fertile land, and the taxes were high, and the production on Polaj land was throughout the year. Parauti, okay, it was a fertile land, but here the production is once within a year, and the taxes on Parauti was less in comparison to Polaj. Then comes Chachar. Here, specifically, the land, it was like it is said that the production is once within 2 years or 3 years, and the taxes are less in comparison to Polaj and Parauti. And finally comes Banjar, completely barren land, very little taxes on these land. Okay. Apart from this, during the time of Akbar, it is said that the peasants were categorized into 3 important categories. And what were they? First was Khudakasht, Pahikasht, and third, Muzarriyam. Khudakasht basically means what? Those agricultural peasants, those peasants or cultivators who have their own land. Apart from their own land, they have their own agricultural tools and implements. Pahikasht, they have their own agricultural tools and implements, but they do not have their own land. So what do? They take the land on the rent. And Muzarriyam, they don't have their own land, plus they do not have their agricultural tools and implements. They are completely dependent on the government aid. So during the time of Akbar, the peasants were classified into three important categories: Khudakasht, Pahikasht and Muzarriyam. Khudakasht means they have their own land and agricultural tools and implements. Pahikasht, they have their own agricultural tools and implements, but they do not have their own land. And Muzarriyam, neither they have their own land, nor do they have their agricultural tools and implements. Is that clear? So these were the kind of peasants. If I speak about the Navratnas in the court of Akbar, the first one was Abul Fazl and another one was his brother Faizi. Okay, Abul Fazl, he has written one of the important books called as Aine Akbari and Akbarnama. Okay, then Faizi, who was another court historian in the court of Akbar, he has translated Leelavati into Persian language. Then comes Tansen. Tansen is referred as Ramtanu Pandey and he was one of the great musicians. Everyone knows about the different rags of the Tansen: Malhar Rag, Deepak Rag, Megh Rag and so on. Okay, so Tansen was one of the famous musicians. The most important person as a part of Navratnas was Mahesh Das or Birbal. In fact, Mahesh Das or Birbal, he was one of the favorite of Akbar. He was one of the personal advisor of Akbar. And he was the first to join Din-e-Illahi, the new religion created by Akbar. Raja Todarmal, he was one of the finance ministers and he had come up with one of the system which is called as Zabti system or Bandobast system. Okay, this is the land revenue system, also referred as Dehsal system. As a part of Dehsal system, what used to happen? As a part of Dehsal system, Dehsal means 10 years. So the average of 10 years produce would be calculated and that would be collected as a tax from the peasant. In very simple word, that is the Dehsal system. Then Akbar's wife Jodhabai and his brother Raja Man Singh. Okay, he was also one of her brother Raja Man Singh was also one of the courtiers and Navratnas in the court of Akbar. Another person, Abdul Rahim Khane Khanan. Okay, and he has translated Tuzuke Babri into Persian language and it was referred as Babarnama. As we had seen, Babur had written his own biography in Turkish language, that is Tuzuke Babri. But it was translated into Persian language by whom? By specifically Abdul Rahim Khane Khanan. And who was Abdul Rahim Khane Khanan? Son of Bairam Khan. We have understood about Bairam Khan specifically in the start of the Akbar itself. Then comes Fakir Aziuddin, he was a Sufi saint, and then comes Mullah do Pyaza, he was one of the chef in the Navratnas of Akbar. Hope so the point about Akbar is clear. I've spoken about Akbar for 25 to 27 minutes. Yes, please. Is it clear? Yes, guys. Okay, very good, Mr. Peppermint. What about others? Are the points clear? Don't worry, guys. In the future, I'll be coming up with a session specifically on the different PYQs and the MCQs. And here I'll be going in a step-by-step manner, like from ancient India, what kind of MCQs can be expected in the examination. Questions have cropped up in the examination from every topic. Okay. So we'll be going with that as well. So do not worry about that. Clear? And modern India also I'll be doing a marathon session in 2 parts. Medieval India also in 2 parts. Is that clear? Now let's understand about Nuruddin Muhammad Salim, also referred as Jahangir. Okay. Now remembering about Jahangir, just remember one important thing. Okay. Like it is said that Akbar was a disciple of a Sufi saint whose name was Mr. Peppermint, you have a question. How much this is different from the mains perspective? A lot of difference, because in mains perspective, I have made a lot of analytical perspection. Okay, like here I'm going in the format of concepts and fact. From the perspective of mains, I also go for the analysis. Is that clear, Mr. Peppermint? Okay. Nuruddin Muhammad Salim. Like it is believed that Akbar was disciple of a Sufi saint, Sheikh Salim Chishti. And after getting the blessings from the Sufi saint, it is believed that he was blessed with a son named as Salim. Okay, since he was disciple of Salim Chishti, it is believed that he had named his son Salim. Like initially, Salim was not at all interested in the administration. But later on, with the passage of time, it is said that he got married to whom? Noor Jahan. In fact, the name of Noor Jahan was Mehrun Nisa. I'll give you a small example. Initially, Jahangir, he had fell in love with a lady referred as Nadira Begum. Okay, and her actual name was specifically Anarkali. The name Anarkali was given to this lady Nadira Begum by Akbar. And after getting married, not getting married, like he had this person, she was a court dancer in the court of Akbar. And Jahangir, he fell in love. Now the court historian Abul Fazl, he comes to know about this, and Abul Fazl informs this to Akbar. It is believed that she was specifically speaking, she was being killed by Akbar. And this has been depicted in the movie Mughal-e-Azam as well. After some time, there was one lady whose name was Mehrun Nisa. Mehrun Nisa, it is believed that she was the daughter of one of the ministers in the court of Akbar, and she was also very pretty. Now this person, for the second time, Jahangir falls in love with Mehrun Nisa. And again, Abul Fazl comes to know about this, and Abul Fazl informs this to Akbar. And he said that probably this might be the plot of Mehrun Nisa and her father to acquire your throne. So why don't you do one thing? Why don't you marry Mehrun Nisa to somebody else? So Akbar immediately called the father of Mehrun Nisa and said, I know one of my able military commander, his name is Sher Afghan. And Sher Afghan, he's the military commander in Bengal, and very soon he'll become the governor. Why don't you marry your daughter to Sher Afghan? He said, I don't have any problem with that. So he married Mehrun Nisa to Sher Afghan. And both of them had one of the daughters whose name was Ladli Begum. After some time, Akbar passed away, and Salim, Nuruddin Muhammad Salim, who was now referred as Jahangir, conqueror of the world, okay, he sat on the throne of Mughal Empire. Now, after so many years as well, what happened? He sent an expedition to Bengal and asked Sher Afghan that divorce your wife Mehrun Nisa and get her married to me. Sher Afghan got infuriated, he got angry. Immediately he killed few of the soldiers who were sent as a part of the expedition, and finally he was also being killed. Mehrun Nisa and her daughter Ladli Begum, both of them were being imprisoned. After some time, Mehrun Nisa, she was ready to get married to whom? Jahangir. And from now onwards, Mehrun Nisa was referred as Noor Jahan, that is light of the world by Jahangir. Okay. Painting reached its epitome during the time of Jahangir, and Jahangir has patronized different important painters. Clear? Like one of the painters in the court was Abdul Hassan. He was given the title Nadir ul Zaman by Jahangir. Although it's factual, it is important to understand. Another important painter was Mansoor, and he was given the title Nadir ul Ashra by Jahangir. So, like once the question comes, the architecture during the Mughal period, it reached its epitome during the time. So the name that will crop up is Shah Jahan. But when the question comes, the painting reached its epitome during the time of whom? So painting reached its epitome during the time of Jahangir. Is that clear? Apart from this, we have seen Jahangir had started the famous Duhaspa and Sihaspa system. Duhaspa means number of horses that every cavalryman needs to maintain is 2. Du means 2. And Sihaspa means the number of horses that every cavalryman needs to maintain is 3 to 4 horses. Apart from this, he had started golden chain of justice system. Now, what is golden chain of justice system? If any person feels that specifically the administration is not fair to them, or if any officer is involved in corrupt practices, they can directly ring the golden chain of justice. He would be called into Diwan-e-Aam, where the emperor used to meet the people. And in such a situation, they will discuss about their plight with them. So he had introduced golden chain of justice system. Okay. Then apart from this, it is also believed that there were different officers, Englishmen who had visited the court of Jahangir. One more thing, there was a person, first Englishman who visited the court of Akbar was Ralph Fitch. Just remember the name. Ralph Fitch was the first person to visit the court of Akbar. Okay. So Ralph Fitch was the first one who visited the court of Akbar, and Captain William Hawkins and Thomas Roe, they had visited the court of Akbar. I'll give you a very simple example about this. English East India Company was formed as a joint stock company around 1600 by the charter of Queen Elizabeth. And around 1608-1609, Captain William Hawkins was the first Englishman to visit the court of Jahangir. Why? To acquire permission to start the factory at Surat. But initially, he was denied the permission to establish the factory at Surat. But later on, Thomas Roe, Captain Middleton came, they were given the permission to establish factory. Okay. So, Thomas Roe, Captain William Hawkins, Captain Middleton, then Francisco Pelsiart, who was a Dutch traveler, all of them visited the court of Jahangir. Ralph Fitch, he had come during the time of Akbar. Is that clear? So this is majorly about Jahangir. Hope the point is clear. I'll repeat the points. Duhaspa Sihaspa system, he initiated. Painting reached its epitome. There were different travelers such as Captain William Hawkins, Sir Thomas Roe, Captain Middleton, then Francisco Pelsiart, who was a Dutch traveler. They visited the court of Jahangir. He started golden chain of justice system. He renamed his wife Mehrun Nisa as Noor Jahan, that is light of the world. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Yes, Vinayak, you have a question. One thing is someone giving lectures on other subject also like the way you explain things. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Vinayak. Thanks a lot. I have tried that. I'll make the students explain things in a format of a story, and I tried that. Thanks a lot for the comments. Thank you. Yes, did you understand? Please answer in the comment section. Yes or no? Yes, guys. Very good. Mr. Peppermint. Okay. Now let's understand about Shah Jahan in short. As we have seen, painting reached its epitome during the time of Jahangir. Similarly, Mughal architecture reached its epitome during the time of Shah Jahan. Okay. Like Shah Jahan is also referred as Little Akbar. Why is referred as Little Akbar? Because to an extent he was liberal like Akbar. Okay. Like it is said that in Prayagraj, that is present day Prayagraj, at that time Allahabad and Banaras, these are the important pilgrim places. And here jizya was imposed by different rulers. It was abolished by Akbar, again reimposed by Jahangir. So in a place called as Allahabad and Banaras, many pilgrims used to visit. And the tax was very high. So there was a local Brahmin whose name was Kavindracharya. Okay. Kavindracharya. He had specifically visited the court of Shah Jahan and requested him to abolish jizya at least in the region of Allahabad and Banaras. So in fact, he had abolished the jizya in the region of Allahabad and Banaras on the insistence of Kavindracharya. Okay. Apart from this, it is also said that he had constructed important, monuments such as Taj Mahal, the Lal Killa, Red Fort, Jama Masjid in Delhi. All these are the important constructions of Shah Jahan. The Taj Mahal is constructed out of Makrana marble that came from Makrana, which is a place in the region of Rajasthan. Yes, Kimada, what kind of a doubt you have? Please ask. Apart from this, it is believed that during his time, it is said that there were different people who came specifically. Okay, so just remember a few things about Shah Jahan. Mughal architecture reached its epitome during his time. Apart from this, he had a son named as Dara Shikoh. Okay, Dara Shikoh, it is said that he had studied more than 50 Upanishads. Okay, more than 50 Upanishads in Sanskrit language and translated them into Persian language. And the title of these Upanishads were given as Sir-e-Akbar. Okay, there were different travelers who came during his time. Like, let me give you a small example about it. That Tavernier, a French gem merchant, he came during the time of Shah Jahan. Apart from this Tavernier, yes, just remember about the Tavernier, the French gem merchant. He came during the time of Shah Jahan. Okay. Any other question? Yes, guys, did you understand about Shah Jahan? So just remember about Shah Jahan. Painting, sorry, this, what we say, architecture reached its epitome during his time. Okay. He had abolished jizya in the region of Allahabad and Banaras on the insistence of Kavindracharya. Tavernier, a French gem merchant, visited India during his time. Is that clear? And now let's understand about Alamgir Aurangzeb within few seconds. Aurangzeb, one of the most fundamentalistic follower of Islam, one of the most fundamentalistic follower. Okay, like it is believed that this person, like he had killed his brother, Dara Shikoh, and acquired the throne of Mughal Empire. It is believed that he was one of the most brutal rulers and continuously followed the policy of interference. He interfered with the Jats. He interfered continuously with the Marathas. He interfered continuously with the Rajputs. In fact, it is said that he had ordered beheading of the 9th Guru of the Sikh, that is Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. So, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji was executed on the orders of Aurangzeb. In fact, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji was being tortured by Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb, he had completely banned Sama, that is musical congregation. Okay, and Aurangzeb, specifically, he used to write certain calligraphic scripts. And this calligraphy of Aurangzeb is referred as Nastaliq. Okay, so the script that was used by Aurangzeb was Nastaliq. Many of the people do believe that specifically after writing these calligraphic scripts, he used to sell them, and whatever money he used to get, he used to spend that money for his own lifestyle. So many of them call him as Zinda Peer. Zinda Peer means a living saint. Is that clear? And he continuously followed the policy of interference with the Marathas, like Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Chhatrapati Shambhaji Maharaj Ji. Like it is believed that Battle of Sangameshwar was fought. And when Battle of Sangameshwar was fought, Chhatrapati Shambhaji Maharaj Ji was being killed in a very brutal manner by Aurangzeb. Okay. So specifically speaking, this is just about Aurangzeb. So just remember one thing, the script that was deployed by Aurangzeb was Nastaliq script. Okay. Apart from this, the important constructions of Aurangzeb were Bibika Maqbara. It is located in Aurangabad, that is presently Chhatrapati Shambhaji Nagar, Maharashtra. Another is Moti Masjid, which is located in Red Fort. Is that clear? Yes, guys. Hope so the points are clear till here. Okay. I will be updating the PDF on the Telegram channel history_Alok Ojha. So please do not worry about that. I've tried to cover the things from the perspective of fact and concept both. So this was the first part of the marathon session. Okay. Second part will be coming very soon. And here, in the second part, I would be talking about the administration of the Mughals, Marathas, Vijayanagara and Bahmani kingdom and certain regional kingdoms in very short. Is that clear, friends? Hope you learned something new. Yes, did you enjoy the session for 3 to 4 hours? It was approximately 4-hour session. Yes, any question, any doubt, any kind of a query, please feel free to ask. Okay. Very soon I'll be coming up with the part 2 of this. Don't worry about this. but please keep on revising the concept, because until and unless you revise the concept, Mr. Peppermint, I'll just update it on the group. Don't worry, very soon. Don't worry, very soon. Okay. Okay, Zoya, thank you. Arathia, okay, thank you. So guys, I'll take your leave. I'll stop my words for the day. And very soon we'll come up with the Medieval India Part 2 session as well. And then I will be coming up with the Modern India session as well. Okay, Mr. Peppermint, thank you. Thank you, Zoya. Welcome everyone. Thank you everyone. Thanks a lot, Arathia. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Zoya. Okay, guys, with this, I'll stop my words. And one more thing before that, I'll be covering the different aspects as well. See, StudyIQ IAS has come up with GS Foundation P2I batch. And these batches are available for 2027 and 2028. Okay. And the sale is going to end on 28th of February 2026. The batches are available in English, that is bilingual mode, Hindi plus English. There's a separate batch in Hindi medium. Apart from this, there is a separate batch completely in English medium. Okay. All the subjects would be taught to you completely in English. Rather it be history, geography, polity, economy, science and tech, ethics, current affairs and so on. So it is nothing but a power play sale. The sale would be ending tomorrow on 28th of February 2026. Is that clear? So use the code Alok Live that is flashing on your screen to get the benefits of these batches. I repeat the code Alok Live. Okay guys? So with this, I'll stop my words for the day. See you guys in the next session. Thank you and have a very nice day. Please keep on revising the concept. I usually recommend students that do not read multiple sources. It's better to read one book 10 times rather than reading 10 books. Is that clear? So with this, I'll stop my words for the day. See you guys. Thank you and have a very nice day. Bye-bye. Jai Hind.